Hello, and welcome to another episode of Manifest Actual Play. I'm Tommy Cotton. With me, as always, Dan Barron, Addie Gia, Seth Lilly, Roman Milan, and we are here to continue the story of four drifters in the town of Waypoint. But before we get into any of that, I'm going to pass the attention over to Addie Gia. Addie, do we have any announcements for today?
Oh no, that was so quick. I'm prepared. So yes. So prepared. As per usual, we are so excited and happy to have you here watching with us today. And if you are just tuning in with us for the first time or are catching up with us after a while, make sure to hit that follow button down below to make sure that you get notifications when we go live, which is every Tuesday around 8 p.m. Central. And then also, as our programming expands in the future, you'll also get those notifications as well. Another great place to interact with us and find us online is on Twitter at Manifest RPG and on Facebook, which is /ManifestTheRPG. For those of you who backed the Kickstarter or put in a pre-order, you can always tap us in the Discord server that we've got set up for all of you. We are on there every day, hanging out, answering questions, and generally having a pretty good time. So hit us up in any of those places. And if you've got the bandwidth, the platform, the desire, you can always hit that subscribe button. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can get one Twitch Prime channel subscription for free included in your Amazon Prime. And if you like us enough to be your first choice, you can give that to us at no cost to you, and then it benefits the stream. We put all of them cash monies back into the stream for better equipment, for sound, lighting, backdrops, art, getting some other things, emotes, pretty much everything that you get to do that's cool and fun to interact with the stream and make it more entertaining for you. That's what the money goes to. We'd like it to buy sandwiches, but instead we do stuff to spend it on you. So that's pretty much it. The other thing is every month in 2021, we are going to be highlighting a charity or charitable organization or advocacy organization that we love and want to support. Last month, it was Black Mamas Matter Alliance. And this month is the National Women's Law Center in honor of Women's History Month. I think that's what it's called. I forgot to look it up last week, and I will continue to to look it up until it's not March anymore. So the National Women's Law Center, a little bit about it. It fights for basically gender justice across a myriad of issues central to women and girls, but also non-binary and LGBTQ plus and trans women. Who and they use the law in all of its forms, the courts and everything from the Supreme Court down to your local courts to further gender equality, especially for women of color. Like I said, LGBTQ plus women and low-income women and families. They are the force behind Title IX and also the Gender Equality Pay Act and kind of all that stuff. They do they've been basically on the leading edge of every major legal and policy victory for women in the past 50 years, if that's how long it's been since the 1970s. And if you're interested in supporting these people either by amplifying their message or donating to them, you can find out more at nwlc.org. And we're going to put that link in the chat.
It's there.
Yay. And I think I just had a moment of like perfect clarity of like being prepared. So I got to move on. I'm back to you, Tommy.
Okay, cool. All right. So as Addie mentioned earlier, emotes are a thing that exists in the chat. For as you watch the stream, you earn channel points, which we call viewer grit. And you can spend that to get cool things. When you subscribe, you unlock emotes, or you can spend your channel points to unlock emotes for a short period of time. There's a lot of cool emotes. I'm just going to throw them in the chat. Take a look at them. They're very neat. We can get more emotes with more subscriptions, but that's not all your channel points are good for. You may have noticed, those of you returning, that there's something here next to everybody. There's a little number. That is the amount of grit each character and the GM has. And you'll notice you can spend your viewer grit to gift grit to the players or the GM. It costs a little bit more to give it to the players. It's a little bit cheaper to give it to the GM. And when you give it to the GM, I use it against them. They get grit. It's just saying, discount. But if you want to help influence the game, you can give the players more tools by giving them grit, or throw more obstacles in their way by giving me grit. And the maximum grit that any character can have is 12. I have no maximum, but I will say that, like, at a certain point, it's like I can't spend it all before the end of the session. My grit resets, so don't like put me up to 70. I won't be able to use it. But yeah, so you can spend your channel points, get grit out there, and these numbers will change as the players spend their grit. So you players, remember, when you spend grit, tell me how much grit you spend, because I got to edit these on the fly. And beyond that, that's a way that you can influence the gameplay a little bit. Yeah, I have 8 grit. I start every session with 8 grit. Dex has 10, Eloise has 10, Porter has 5, and Gus has 5. But that's all about to change, as I see rewards are being picked with little boops from Argotlam. +1 grit to Gus, +1 grit to Eloise, +1 grit to Dex, +1 grit to Porter. All right. So now I gotta do the thing.
Now you reap what you have sown.
Yeah, now I do it. All right, there we go. Live update. There's the grit. Done. Cool. So that's the rundown on all the channel points. And now it is time to move on into the actual play. But before we do a recap, let's all teleport our minds far away to the land of Manifest with cool characters and even cooler art.
do it.
Oh no, that may have come through. Oh no!
Oh no!
We
Oh,
lost our
no.
Roman.
Hi.
Hi. We're in a
Oh.
weird
Wild Roman
we're in
has
a weird
disappeared.
mirror
Who am I
universe.
now?
You are
Ooh,
half
I'm
Gus,
Gus.
half Dex. If you lean
That's a
to
great
your
combo, actually. I'd watch that. Yeah, 100%.
Oh shit. Okay. Is it over here? Am I over here?
no, he's back. Now he's the GM.
I would be so good at fighting.
Oh, if you were just both characters. All right, well,
Oh,
I
so
guess.
good.
Oh, there we go. Okay, we're back all where we
Boom.
belong.
Boom.
That's what I get for trusting Discord to make a competent app.
Oh, throwing the hate. All right.
Burn.
Yeah, shots are fired.
All right. So, time for a recap. These 4 drifters have been about the Badlands a little bit. They met in the iconic town of Waypoint and did a job where they took some valuable technology to the town of Las Viudas. After fighting some bandits on the way, they bonded and sort of all swore themselves to the quest that Dex is on. Dex basically saw something was wrong with the bandits that attacked them, that there had to be something more going on, and he decided that that was what he was here for. That was what he needed to pursue. And the other drifters threw their hats in and were ready to also follow Dex down that path and see how far it led. However, when they returned to the town of Waypoint, they found a new complication. The town of Waypoint has currently a large military camp bivouacked on the north side of town. The town is bustling with off-duty militia soldiers and also various people coming into town, hearing that the militia's there to hawk their wares or do shady deals. Least of all was Porter himself. Porter got a message from is it Rand? I had it. Rund Nathan's, his contact back in Markham's Landing, and he was given a package that he needed to deliver to a sergeant of the militia, Sergeant Donovan. He met with Donovan in the Golden Spike Saloon, and Donovan took the package, but also gave Porter a small lockbox as a apparently as a sort of like gift to his contacts back in Markham's Landing. I believe Donovan said it was a taste of like what they can do. And Donovan also said Brimstone Garrison was doing some interesting stuff. And Porter, you got that lockbox. I never really narrated it, but it would be pretty ridiculous for her to hand you that lockbox and not tell you the combination. So you know the combination to that lockbox. You can open it at any time. It's not like that. It's a gift, right? So you have the combination to that lockbox. It is currently locked.
Good.
And you haven't looked in it yet. But meanwhile, the other thing that occurred is they met a captain in this militia brigade that is Captain Schaefer, and he broke up a fight between these drifters and some rowdy militiamen who were treating the townsfolk poorly, sat down, had some drinks with them, and then went about his way. And that ended the evening back in Waypoint. Tensions are a little high. The people of Waypoint the residents of Waypoint don't seem to like the militia very much. There seems to be a little bit of a history there. The leader of this specific section of the Fort Dearborn militia specifically has history with Waypoint that the Drifters have only heard about a little bit from one Saoirse Payne, the proprietor of the Point the Way pub. Oh, we lost our Addie. Okay, she's coming back. So you're all able to go to sleep in the evening. Eloise went to bed a lot sooner than everyone else. And then the next day comes with no dramatic fuss or anything like that. In fact, I am curious what the four of you would like to achieve in more of a long-term kind of scope for the next at least handful of days. What are the things you want to do while you are in Waypoint?
If there's anyone else in Waypoint who it seems like might reasonably know, I guess nobody has so far seemed to know anything about the symbol that Mathis and his gang had on at least one of their guns, but if there's any other person or business in Waypoint that seems like it might have any reason that it could know, that's really all I'm interested in doing. There's not really anything else here. Like, otherwise, I'm just waiting for the sheriff to get back to me.
Yeah. And your check-ins with the sheriff, like, I assume you're not, like, pestering him or anything. You're a pretty patient person. No. But, like, any moment that you have, the impression you're given is that he's, like, waiting to hear back from people. They're looking around. So far,
I probably don't even go to visit.
Sure.
Like, we've had our conversation. He said he was going to help. I can wait.
Yeah, so it's like, there's, like, one point where the two of you are, like, passing by each other on the road, like getting some supplies like from a peddler, and he just like gives you a quick update that's like no word yet, and then keeps walking. But go ahead and roll a connections roll for me. I'm gonna put it at a -2.
Okay, well that's still a 4.
While Dex, that's kind of like Dex's thing. Dex is being patient, it sounds like. If there's any supplies or anything you want to get Dex, let me know, but at least as far as like active stuff goes, he's being patient and waiting and just kind of continuing to exist in Waypoint until something breaks. What about the rest of you?
I know that Porter probably wants to buy some first aid cubes at the very least.
Okay.
And he just needs to like stay stocked. So it'll be probably alternating. Usually when I'm in town, I'll set up shop and just have it ready. I'd like to think I've come up with some sort of agreement with all of the stores that are here that I'm only selling things that maybe they wouldn't sell. But stocking up on first aid cubes, maybe getting some tonics and toxins ready.
If you took the time when you first got here months and months ago to check in with the local business owners, for the most part, a lot of your business in Waypoint is the occasional like wholesale like a transaction with the business owners. There's not a lot that you have that the business owners don't have or can't supply to people. Sense. But they are always in need of like raw materials and supplies and stuff like that. And since you leave town and come back with things, like oftentimes you can make a couple deals here and there, with the people. The only way you sell other things is, like, if you wanted to, basically kind of what's happening right now is people are setting up kind of temporary stalls in the both in the courtyard behind the Free State Bed and Brew and the town square nearby the train depot. There are people who set up temporary stalls every once in a while, but they sell things at like big margins. They're trying to catch people unawares, right? Like they like who. You know, people who are just getting off the train, they're making like big sales there. So unless you wanted to like mark your things up a whole lot and be part of that community, there's not a whole lot of like retail you can do in Waypoint.
Would it be feasible for me to keep my market just under the marked up price? Like everybody who's selling a tonic for 5 spurs, I'd sell it for 4.
Every time you do that, because you've been here for months, right? So every time you do something like that, like these booms have happened before. It's never been like the same thing with the militia or anything, but every once in a while, like there's a carnival not too far from Waypoint, or there's a carnival at Waypoint. And like basically every once in a while, there's these big waves of like peddlers coming in and trying to make a quick buck to like people coming into Waypoint for the first time. And every time you get involved in that and try to undercut them, you drive the price down and then everyone disperses. Sure. and then basically you're then like in danger of like if you have an arrangement with the other like store owners here, you would be in danger of like stepping on their territory by selling things at the same rate they are.
That makes sense. So who would be my biggest fan in terms of customers who actually likes me here?
Interesting. As far as the go ahead and roll connections for me. You've been here for a while, so I'll give you a +2 on this.
I like that.
Eloise and Gus, what about the two of you?
Yeah, so I got my thing all sort of in the chamber. So yeah, Gus is like, he heads over to the multi-denominational church for some triptych services a little bit. But I think what he does more is while he's in town a little bit, he hasn't really had a chance to hone up on his boxing. He hadn't really had a chance to sort of practice and run his drills. So I think he goes and he tries to set up some sort of exchange with the butcher shop where he can maybe do some work for him a little bit and then go in the back and tenderize some meat.
So yeah, that'd be the Point the Way pub. The Point the Way pub is kind of a dual purpose like butchers here. Yeah, absolutely. You already met Saoirse Payne. So when you go back to her establishment, it's about as busy as ever, but it's a little bit quieter. Like you come at a time where she is not as like overburdened, like in between the rushes. And she's like filling out like some receipts and like tabulating some stuff. And then she looks up and like pulls her, she's got like horn rimmed glasses that she like pulls and folds and like tucks into her corset. And then she goes, "Mr. Gus Gurley, to what do I owe the pleasure?"
Howdy, ma'am. I was hoping I could, well, I don't know. You see, it's something we did on the farm. I don't know if they really do it anywhere else. I haven't heard of it anywhere else but here. So sometimes we'd hang up livestock in the back, and so I'm a boxer. You see, I like to box, and so I would sort of go and I would tenderize the meat and sort of run my drills. So I'm punching it and moving around a little bit. And so it helps on my box and it makes the meat real tender. Oh, it falls off the bone, when you eventually cook it. So it's sort of a good thing you can do, as long as the meat's still frozen, everything's sort of fine, sanitation wise. Nobody's gonna get sick.
She kind of leans back and goes and like sizes you up, like taking in like the full like form of your like massive muscular body, and then she goes, "Edgar." And this stout man with hair pulled back and like tied in a sweaty like bandana like leans through the window leading back into like the kitchen, and he goes, "Eh." She goes, "This fella here wants to tenderize your meat for you," and she gives him a wink.
Oh no,
And he goes, "There's your big fella." "Yeah, seems fine." And she goes, "You heard Edgar. He's fine with it. Freezer's around back. I'll let you in the mornings."
Okay. Great. Yeah, I'm happy to help out too if you need it. Just yeah, thank you. Oh gosh, okay. Thanks. And Gus just like fully blushes hard and like sort of turns, like walks out.
As you turn, she goes, "Oh, honey,
yeah,
I'm a bit of an artist, as you can see." And she gestures towards like the various like portraits and paintings she has, and she goes, "Been a while someone with such a striking figure as yours has come through. You mind if every once in a while I take in your form so I can maybe make a portrait of your likeness.
Oh well, dang! I ain't never been painted before. That sounds like a heck of a time. Yeah, I could go up on the wall and everything.
Well, we'll see how it goes. It might be in my private collection. Hard to say. Not everything makes it on the wall. I ain't. I just dabble. I'm a bit of a. It's more of a hobby to me than nothing else. But we'll see. And maybe if you want, I can make a copy for you.
Oh gosh, dang! That would be such an honor, man. Yeah, of course. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the compliment.
Well, as long as we're gonna be friends, you can go ahead and call me Saoirse. I assume I can call you Gus.
Yes, please. I would like that. Saoirse.
All right. Well, you have a good day, Gus. We'll see you in the morning.
Yeah, you too, Miss Saoirse. Gosh, yeah, have a good one. Gus just sort of leaves like blushing and like very very tickled.
She like chuckles to herself as you leave and pulls out her glasses and goes back to tabulating receipts. Yeah, so Gus, like over the next few days, you are able to kind of if you're being basically kind of like waiting for Dex's lead, and just trying to like, get a better workout routine going while you're in town. You do, and you're let in, and every once in a while, it's not every day, but every once in a while, like Saoirse hangs out with you for a little bit, and she talks to you. She talks to you about your life. She wants to know things about you. She's extremely talkative, and unless you are specifically trying to like obfuscate things from her or keep her from knowing things, she has a way of getting you to talk about yourself and open up. So if there's anything you want to hide from her, I'm gonna need a manipulate roll from you.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Gus wouldn't be so quick to talk about his sister and his parents. I don't think he's trying to hide it necessarily. I think like he just is uncomfortable talking about it, but then like I don't know, like day 2, if she's still asking about it, he'll like talk about it, I guess.
Yeah, she definitely is. She wants to know everything there is to know about you. And so unless you want her to know everything there is to know about you, I'll need an opposed roll. Otherwise, she'll just talk to you. It's not like she is extremely pleasant and very fun to talk to.
Yeah. Then I think he eventually just sort of opens up about it.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think he's not trying to hide it necessarily. It's like the sort of thing you don't really want to talk about, but once you feel comfortable with someone, you discuss it with them a little bit.
Yeah. And so like she's cool when she finds out like you're illuminated. She doesn't like it doesn't even like register as a thing that she even cares about. She even says like, hell, if you can get all strong, I got some lumber you can cut out back. You can just, pop your powers and go full strength if you want. Don't do it to the meat though. That'll ruin it.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I mean, I could try it without yeah, that would be an interesting experiment. I mean, I've cut a lot of lumber. Like, I guess, sometimes power, sometimes. Yeah, I could do whatever you want.
Yeah, and so like if you want, like she also has you like chop up wood, and like you can like use your power and like get like just like instead of having to split the log multiple times to like make it small enough, you just like yeah, just like cut through the whole thing. And at a certain point after like day maybe 4. She does bring an easel and just get like a general outline of your figure as you're working out. And in that instance, she's a little less talkative, not completely untalkative, but she does focus a little bit more on the art.
For sure. And then one other extremely important thing I forgot to mention, very plot relevant, very interesting to hear about. I buy 2 machinery cubes.
Sure. Yeah. That's gonna cost you 3 spurs each.
3 spurs each. Dang. Price sure gone up since when I was a kid. You get a handful of machinery cubes for half a spur.
You chop the spur in half
to someone.
Yeah.
Back in my day, you see.
Also, Gus, how old are you? You're 45?
Yeah, around about mid-40s.
Okay, yeah. So is Saoirse Payne. Just saying.
All right.
Eloise, what about you? What are you trying to achieve over the next handful of days?
Sure. Well, so first thing in the morning, I'm gonna, as soon as the bank is open, I'm gonna pop over and just quick deposit some of my spurs back into my account that I'm desperately trying to build back up.
Sure. So the Bank of Waypoint has large arched double doors, and the structure is actually rather large, but the lobby seems to only take up like about a quarter of the building, and then there's a wall with some windows where the tellers are. So there's a lot more behind like that kind of secured wall than you've ever seen. The lobby itself has aged black and white marble looking stone tiles, and there's desks on either side for where people can open up accounts or manage their accounts. So you're able to go in and sit down. The owner of the bank is a man named Freddie Nab. He's in his early 50s. You've met him before, but he doesn't seem to be here today. So you sit down with Laura Wade at one of the tables. She's one of the younger employees here. She's in her mid-20s, and you're able to deposit money, no problem. And she goes, "We were getting a little worried. Your funds were starting to get a little low. Looks like you found some employment then."
Yeah, no, I mean, I've got more than a little bit of pocket money. I just don't keep it all in one place. So
That's fantastic. I mean, if it's great to see those numbers going up. I'm very happy for you.
I'm happy for me too. Is there anything else you have in the need?
No, not at all. We got the paperwork here. You sign there, and then we'll take the spurs into our custody, and then whenever you need them, and if you need a wire transfer, of course, you know how that works. We can take care of that. So if you're at a different settlement now, of course, in Fort Dearborn, it will take about a day for us to organize with any other local branch or sheriff to get the funds verified. But if you were to leave the territory, as I can tell you've taken a drifting, then well,
One trip does not a drifter make, I'll tell you that.
well, they all start somewhere. And if you end up in a different territory, it might take as long as 2 to 3 days to transfer your money to you, depending on the town and their capabilities.
Okay. I mean, it's sort of, I'm trying to save up, so I don't.
Oh, well, that's lovely. We love to hear that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your time.
How much money do you deposit in the bank?
16 spurs.
Okay, cool. So I think that like makes your account like 18 spurs in the bank or something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. you like, as you're leaving, like that was a kind of a weird exchange, but you do remember that you had so many spurs in that bank when you first came here years ago.
I did.
And it's just like never really gone up.
I mean, it's gone up occasionally but like never a real big
like
amount.
Yeah, never by a significant margin. It's a
Right.
downward trend. So this is the first real significant bump up that you've put in.
Right, because most of the time I kept the money that I was paid or I took something in trade so I wouldn't have to spend my money. So yeah, no, that makes sense. It's just sort of like I don't usually get very off put by people, but like that was off putting. Yeah, I usually deal with Mr. Nab, and I guess he's not there today.
Mr. Nab is much nicer than Laura Wade.
Yeah. Wonderful. So the Bank of Waypoint's not too far away from the Golden Spike Saloon, though, right?
Not at all. Let me just bring up the map here for everyone. Oh, there it is. There's the Bank of Waypoint there at number 1, and just across some residential large like building is the Golden Spike Saloon. Number 6.
Oh, it's still pretty early in the morning, right? So like Mr. the owner of the Golden Spike probably won't be awake yet, right?
If it's very early in the morning,
I mean, it's like mid-morning probably at this point. I did have to wait until the bank opened.
there's a chance that Felix Poole, the proprietor of the Golden Spike Saloon, is awake at this time.
Okay. Well, I'll just I find him to be too much most of the time. So I just I try not to go there when he might be there, and he's there like all the time. He owns it. So maybe I wanted to go say hi to the bartender there though.
Billy?
He's got a Billy and I have sort of a similar disposition, so like
Yeah.
and so I kind of like to, we've sort of like become like casual friends. He's much older than me, but like not in a way that's like, it's just like we don't have to talk, right? Like, but we can talk, and then like we get it.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you're like that's easy enough. You're able to pop into the Golden Spike Saloon. As you do, Joe Neiman, who you know to be like Felix Poole's like right hand man in anything. He's kind of like a bouncer, but like also does stuff like random jobs for Felix. He like kind of shoulders past you. Doesn't like bump into you or anything. He like steps out of your way and tips his kind of like ruddy hat at you, and he goes, "Ms. Reynolds, Billy." And Billy pops up from behind the bar, this slender, kind of shaggy-haired man in his like mid-30s, almost knocks something over, and he goes, "Hey, what? Oh, Miss Reynolds.
Hi.
Hop up, take a stool. We've been out of town for a little while. Happy to catch up."
Yeah. Well, I thought maybe. I mean, I know you talk to so many people, but like. I thought maybe I would tell you that like we went down to Las Vegas, and I helped I went with like real drifters, and like it was like my job, and then like we went down there, and I started telling him about like in a very sort of like disjointed way, sort of like all the highlights as they like start to like come back to me, and then I just like I'm like, and I thought that maybe you would like to hear this story, but I think I just told you. So
yeah, as you're talking to him, he makes you whatever your usual drink is, sets it down, keeps about his business, helps a couple other patrons who come in, shoots them like whiskey, and then like comes back, continues to have like pleasant conversation with you. As always, the first drink from Billy is free, but any other drinks you want after that, you have to throw a spur down.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not here for drinking today, or ever. But I just I don't know. I the first like 6 months that I was in Waypoint, I basically only was at the Free State Bend Brew, and then people thought that was weird, and I was like some sort of shut-in, and so I've like made it my like I just try to like now kind of make friends with everybody, and which I've done for the most part. But like I enjoy it not as much as like Porter's Company, but Billy is like
he's an extremely good listener. He doesn't talk very much.
Yeah, but we both like sort of like when scary things happen, like we both react sort of like he lets me come behind the bar when there's fights and stuff, and like that's real nice.
Yeah, speaking of scary things happening that you both react the same way to, as you're finishing up your story, there's a loud cutting voice from upstairs as the room that kind of is nearest the balcony that has a little office panel on it bursts open, and you hear the voice of Felix Poole shout out, "Billy!" And Billy like hot, like you and Billy both like in exactly the same time like clutch your hands and like elbows to your like bodies, and like Billy like turns like holding a half-made drink in a bottle in his hand. "Hey, yes, boss." He goes, "What the fuck did I tell you about leaving the back door open at night when you go out to take a leak? What the fuck did I tell you about that?" Now, Joe tells me, and then he comes to the balcony and he looks down, and like it's pretty much the bar's empty. It's like broad day. Like there's not a lot of people here. Like except for a couple card sharks who are like in the back, like, having played overnight. And then he like stops for a second, and you see him, Felix Poole, a man of indeterminate age with jet black styled back hair, in a gray pinstripe suit, a well like maintained kind of like mustache and goatee. Looks down at you with like steely blue eyes. You still don't know how old this guy is. He could be like late 40s with an extremely aged, like weathered and aged face, or he could be like an extremely spry, like 75-year-old. You have no idea. Anywhere in that bracket. And he sees you and he goes, "Pardon the language, Miss Reynolds, but Billy's got to have a firm hand if he's gonna learn a lesson. Billy, what the hell, man?" And he goes, "Sorry, boss. I got to talking with Jenny from the apartments next door. She was out back having a smoke, and we got to talking, and I forgot that I left the door cracked open. Billy, I don't mind if you want to go talking to people at night when it's dead. That's nothing to me. But you leave the door open, and it's right by the cash box, Billy. You can't do that. It's." Miss Eloise, pardon me. It's fucking ridiculous. I gotta tell you this every month. You get good for a couple weeks and then you forget again. I don't know what I'm gonna do to you. And this a lot of damned block you got in your brain there, Billy. But use the front door. Just never use the back door. As far as you're concerned, that door's a fucking wall. You get it? You hear me? And he goes, yes, sir. Front door only. That door's a wall, sir. That ain't what I said, Billy. Say it back to me proper. That door's a fucking wall, sir. All right."
So at this point, I go, "What?" And I leave.
And you run out? Is that
like as if someone had called my name, but no one did. And then I just
what? Oh, coming, and you just run off.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And then and then for the rest of the day, I need I just start tinkering, I guess, for the rest of the day in my room. I don't know that I want to leave. It's enough. I try to avoid that man as much as possible. He's so scary. So, yeah.
All right. Absolutely. Yeah, if there's anything you want to tinker over the next few days, let me know and you can roll a test.
I never got specs from Gus on what he wanted, so I guess
that's easy to do over these days. Gus is not hard to find. He's mostly just in the bed and brew or working out, or just like kind of taking in the town.
So I guess I will find Gus and ask him what we talked about. Me maybe helping you doing something with your fist weapons or something, and I guess I have a little bit of time. Did you need anything that like I could do that, or did you change your mind? Because if you changed your mind, that's also fine. I don't need to do it. We talked about it.
No, I mean that would be excellent. I don't know what else you could sort of fit into these things. Just sort of they're jam packed. We could do something with my hodag prod. If you want it,
sure.
It could be fun.
Whatever. I mean, we just talked about it, and like if they whatever it is, I could probably do it. Or like if you wanted something else,
it does occur to you, Gus, that if a couple of your mods were replaced with higher quality versions of those mods, you would have more flexibility in what else your fist weapons could do.
Yeah, out of character real quick. I've got 2 rating 2 mods on each of my fist weapons. So if I upgrade those to rating 3, I would have 2 more mod points left.
You would have to replace them with high quality versions of them. But yes, yeah. If you were to replace the pinpoint and the masterwork with high quality versions of those modifications, you would end up with 3 remaining mod points in your fist weapons.
Is that enough to like do something consequential?
Yeah, there's stuff that you can do with 3 mod points.
So the first thing I would have to do is make you new stuff of the ones that you already got. So I could do that if you want.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to, or we could do my Hodak prod, or you know what? We could take a look at my, I don't know, do you like cars?
I mean, I have ridden in cars and can change them, like modify them.
Yeah. I don't know what we're gonna do with my car. I mean, you know, Porter's already sort of got it transportation wise with our gang of friends.
Oh, but like we don't only have to go in one car. Like we have so much more storage space if we bring two. And then also like think about it this way, like if we pick somebody up, or like if we find like a weird like jackalope on the side of the road and decide to bring it with us like for the rest of the trip, like it could ride in the back, or like anything. So like it's not so bad to ride in a pack, you know,
Yeah.
like that's why nomads do it, because like you're able to sort of like defend each other from each other's like whole thing. So if you wanted to do that, I could definitely like put some armor on it, or like one of those like cattle pusher thingies, or like a ramming plates, or like a weapon, or like maybe I could do like something like cool like dust shooter outer things in the back. I could do like lots of stuff, you know, like whatever it is that you're like interested in, and then that could be real fun. Or I could just make it faster. Of course, I could do that. Or I could make it like easier, like better handling. I could tune up the suspension, like whatever it is that you want to do. I could totally do it.
Oh heck yeah, Eloise! All that sounds awesome. Let's do some of that. And hey, look at it this way. I've only been on one drifting job, but on that drifting job, we had to drive a long way with 2 dead bodies. And so if we bring my car too, we could put those in the back, and then no one would have to ride with the 2 dead bodies.
That would be a more pleasant experience.
Yeah,
think.
let's go take a look at my car.
Okay. Oh,
Thank you.
do you need money to check it out of the stables? Because like I promised I wouldn't actually work on stuff. I guess you're not paying me. I'm just doing it. So like it's fine. I'm not taking work from
Yeah.
them if I'm just doing it.
It's
And
a
you're not
friend
paying
thing.
me.
It's different.
Right. And I'll just tell them that, because that's fine. They won't mind.
Yeah, and I got 2 spurs, so like I could
Okay. Yeah.
I could pay, I
And
guess.
I guess I will start. What kind of thing do you want first? I guess is the thing.
I don't know, like armor or like something to like get me close to folk. I'm just gonna leave it to you. You're smarter, and you remember your doggone glasses that come up from your neck and sort of go up there, and then you can put them away and they disappear.
Oh yeah.
You know those things?
Yeah. No. I mean
That's
these
why
things.
Yeah, look at that go. That's why I trust you to just choose, right? 'Cause
Okay.
that's dang cool. I could, let alone know how to do it. I would never think to do that in 100 years. So you know
Yeah.
what? You just go and do something to my car you think would make it better.
Okay. Yeah. No. I'll start working on that, and I guess I'm gonna choose something, and I will roll for it when I pick it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And
So
I bet. Oh, real quick. Thank you so much, Eloise. I'll try to get you back. I bet you I could get you some meat from the Point the Way pub. Me and Saoirse have worked out a sort of working relationship. Maybe I could get you like a dinner or something.
Do you like her?
Oh, Miss Saoirse?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we talk a lot, and I beat up her meat, and sometimes damn it, you bastards. And sometimes like she takes me in the back and we do some like lumberjacking stuff and like some wood cutting. And she's been painting me a little bit. And says I might go up on the wall, or I might go into her private collection. I don't know. She's real nice. It's nice to spend time with her.
Okay.
I don't know. Oh, do you mean like her? I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
Huh.
I mean, I've been here for a while, and I've never seen her get close to literal nobody. So, like, if you're like having a good relationship, maybe it's because she likes you.
Oh, you think she likes me?
I don't know.
Oh,
I'm not.
weird.
Guess I haven't seen anything of it. I just like, somebody talking nice about Miss Payne is unusual. So like, if you like her and she's like spending time with you, and like, then like, maybe she likes you.
Oh. Oh, well, that's
But I don't want to get in your head about it. Oh no, but like, don't think about it that way. Like, let it do like natural, like, unless you decide that you like her, and then like, obviously you can do it. Like, I don't really know. I've never really had a relationship, so I don't really understand it. But like, you kind of
no,
just like,
it's all
and
gonna be
then you
fine.
just, and then like,
Oh, no, wait.
no, you
Oh,
okay, but
then should I not get you dinner then? Oh no, what do I do? What? Oh no, gosh, what should I be doing something different? Oh
No.
God, do I need a good shirt?
no, keep doing the same stuff. No, maybe like, like
Oh, no.
you could be like,
Is my
no,
hair?
no, no.
How's my hair?
Wait, no, your hair's real good. I like it a lot. It's very nice.
Oh, thank you. That's nice.
But-
Okay.
So like,
All right,
maybe
let's
the
calm
next
that-
time.
let's calm-
So when you were talking about doing like lumberjack and stuff, you were talking about like chopping wood, right? So right.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So
what
so
else?
then like, and so then like next time you could be like, oh my gosh, it's so hot out, and then like be like, and then like take your shirt off and like tie it around your waist, and then just be like, and then like keep on chopping wood, and then like if she's like, oh, put your shirt back on, then but if she's like, oh, that's nice, then like you could like, then you also know. So like really that could work.
Yeah.
Because like, you don't want
wanna
to bring it
mess
up,
up
because
her
then if you
painting,
bring it up,
but
then like
I
it's
could-
like real embarrassing, and then you like never can speak to her again or
Yeah,
something. So like,
Gus, for most of the time you've been punching the working out in the freezer, you have had your shirt off.
Wait, even in the freezer? Okay. Yeah, no, I take my shirt off all the time. It's one of the first things I do.
sorry, my camera's decided I don't exist.
That's so strange.
You have
You're blurry in real
autofocus.
life, maybe.
There you go.
There you go.
Weird.
Oh yeah, I've had my shirt off plenty. Pretty much every time.
Okay, that's probably a good sign,
Oh no.
right?
Oh, and she's been hanging out with me with my shirt off. Oh dang, I think she might like me.
Cuz
Oh my
that's
God.
so cute. Oh my goodness, you should
What,
ask
Alana?
her to dinner.
Oh my goodness, I should ask her to dinner.
should ask
oh,
her
I
to
do need
dinner.
a good shirt. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Well,
wow.
she probably just likes you for you, though. Like that's the thing. Like like she doesn't mind with your shirt's off, so she probably doesn't mind at all about what your shirt is.
Shirt. Oh God. Okay, I still got a bunch of that soap, so maybe I'm fine.
I mean, do that one, yeah. Do the
yeah.
soap.
So
All right.
Carnaxis in the
So-
chat has given +1 grit to Gus, +1 grit to Eloise, which I believe puts you at 7 and
Don't
12.
put me any more grit. I can't take it.
Eloise is maxed out on grit now. Yeah.
Thank you. I do need the
Thanks.
grit
Eloise
for this upcoming social interaction.
Eloise, you're able to like Gus. You have to spend 1 spur, Gus, to like extend your stay at the stables. As you take the car out, Eloise, you're able to take a look at it. It only has 1 mod. It has the no flat tires.
Sure.
And it's standard quality, so there's still 7 mod points left. So there's like you could do pretty much anything with this thing.
Okay. I will get back to you on what I start working on, but I do start working on it now.
Okay, so you start crafting something. Now you take a look of it and you're like, okay, cool, we can bring it back in, and then like you basically, it's hard because you don't want to like step on the DeCastro stables like turf. So
Mhm.
like you're gonna have to like build this mod in pieces in your workshop in your suite, and then that way like when the car gets taken from the stables again, you can like apply it to the car. You're not going to be able to like, so you take a lot of measurements. Like you pull out your Omni tool and you scan this thing to get like a full like holographic rendering of it so that you can use it later.
Yeah. That seems fun. It sounds like something I would absolutely do in order to not offend anyone. So
So a while back I had Dex roll a connections roll. as Dex has been kind of just, patiently waiting in town to see what the sheriff is able to find. Sheriff doesn't have any new word, so Dex, you're mostly just having easy days where you wake up, journal, eat whatever is provided to you on your room's tab, and then every once in a while, like, go outside, take in the sights, that kind of thing. But you're also talking to people to try and get a feel. You're not like going up and like showing people a symbol, being like, "Have you seen this before?" Like you're going around and you're having like conversations with people and trying to get a feel for who might know something. And what'd you get connections wise?
Sitting on this for 25 minutes, it's a grave misfire.
Oh man. Maybe you took it away from me this session. Maybe if you did it first, maybe it won't happen to me later.
We can only hope.
Did you were you spending any grit on that, or is that a done deal?
Like, with the way grit has been moving around here, it feels like I should, but also like, nah, of course not.
Okay, cool. Cool. So you're going around, you're trying to get a feel for like who you might want to talk to. So, you talk to the LRC operator, Bobby Rockwell. You talk to like the various like bartenders in town at the different establishments. And like you're basically like no one strikes you as someone like Rockwell is extremely well informed, but like you do ask him like if he's seen the symbol and he says no. So like that was like the shoe in, like that was like you wouldn't have to roll any successes to be like, hey Bobby, you read all of the news that goes through Fort Dearborn. Have you seen this before? And he's like, nope. And you're like, okay then. But otherwise you don't get a feel for anyone who seems like extremely well connected. But you're also like a little distracted because what you do see is consistently militia soldiers mistreating civilians. Never to the extreme that you saw in the Free State Bed and Brew, where they're like outright being aggressive, but like little things like, like not saying
rude.
Yeah,
right?
not saying excuse me when they like bump into a local who like drops their things and they're just like, ha, and then keep walking. Like, they seem to think that they own this place, and what you're able to see is the tensions rising in this town as people are getting more and more fed up with this continued militia occupation that is butting up against like the deadline for being like an unlawful occupation. And that kind of reaches ahead where one of the evenings, as you're just kind of like walking the town and like taking in the sights and like just kind of like contemplating things as you're like on the outskirts of town looking up at the stars and just kind of like taking a little time to like kind of not quite meditating, but having a meditative walk. And then you hear a fight break out in the saloon. And then you hear a gunshot.
Yeah, I head that way.
So it's like really, really late in the night, middle of the night. And you walk in and, you see, like Joe, a man who you've come to learn the name of, Joe Neiman. Joe Neiman, this kind of like burly man with like thinning long hair that sometimes he wears in a ponytail and sometimes he just lets hang loose down his back. he's got a knife out, and has a militia man shoved against the wall with a knife to his throat. And there's a dead body slumped over the bar. And like there's a couple other militiamen who are like kind of standing there deciding whether they don't have their weapons on them, it seems. But they're trying to decide what to do as Joe Neiman has a knife to this militia guy's throat. And then as you like walk in, like the same time you step in through the door, like everyone turns to you, and Billy, this kind of scrawny, like awkward man, like behind the bar, immediately, like in a flash, has a shotgun trained on you. And shockingly, his hands are like dead steady as he's pointing the gun at you. Though his brow is sweaty and like his face is terrified, but you notice that you as a gunslinger notice that his hands like dead steady. This dude's a crack shot. As he's got the gun trained on you, and he's like, "No trouble." And from above you hear, "Well, it's a bit fucking late for that, ain't it, Billy?" And walking down the stairs, you see Felix Poole with a half-smoked cigar in his hand, walking down and like regarding all the militia men and women in the saloon and the dead man. He goes, "I fucking liked that guy." And then he steps down and looks at like halfway, like he's almost off the final step, and he sees you. Sizes you up. You see his eyes linger on your guns for a second. Then he goes, "In or out, partner?"
I don't move.
He looks at the scene and he goes, "What? We're going to have a standoff here? I got business to attend to. In or out? Have a seat. Billy can pour you a drink. Or get the fuck out of here. Your call."
I go and sit down at the bar. I don't really sit down at the bar. I sit on a stool at the bar facing whatever is happening here.
The militiaman who has the knife to his throat is like, "You're in fucking trouble now." And Felix stops for a second, looks at the guy, and then
Wait,
like,
sorry, real quick, was that directed at me?
No, it wasn't. It was directed.
Okay.
It was directed at like Felix and Joe, not you.
Okay, that was very weird.
And like he like is saying that as like there's a knife to his throat. He's kind of saying it to Joe and Felix, and Felix like stops for a second, kind of like taken aback because he was having this moment with you. He kind of turns and sees this guy like with a knife to his throat. And then like in a swift motion, you're barely able to clock the small exchange that Felix and Joe are able to have, where Joe pulls the knife back while still holding onto the collar of this militiaman to give Felix the clearance to just clock this guy in the face. And he falls down on a knee, like half conscious. And then takes a swig of his cigar, and he goes, "Not under this roof. Under this roof, you're in fucking trouble. You four, against the wall." And the other like militia soldiers are like a little confused, and then like slowly move their way to the wall. And at this moment, the doors creak open, and in walks Sheriff Fly. And he sits there, takes his hat off his head, and like rubs his forehead and goes, "Felix, what the hell am I looking at?" And he goes, "Well, seems to me it was a lawful killing. Fly. This fella here was talking trash to these fine soldiers, and things got heated. fella went for his gun when he thought they weren't looking. And this now, what is your name there, sir? Here, stand the fuck up. Stand the fuck up. And he like Joe pulls this guy up, and he goes, Ralston, Private Ralston. He goes, Private Ralston here, due for promotion, defended him and his. Now, I think it's about as clean cut as that, Sheriff. That's what I saw. Now, didn't you see that, Billy? Yes, sir, I did see that. Joe? Looked about fucking right. And he goes, Joe, you're scaring him. Let him go. He's been through a hard night. Are you all right there, Mr. Ralston? Sorry, Private Ralston. And Ralston seems like confused and goes, yeah, sorry. Just shook up. And the sheriff like puts his thumb over his belt, looks to you, Dex, and give me a discipline roll.
I did want to say, I get the sense from Felix that he's like a pretty socially adept dude. So when he says like, this is what happened, I wait until he asks for confirmation from somebody else. And I see if Billy is lying.
Sure. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll rope this into that discipline roll, for sure.
I have a 12.
Okay, cool. Billy is lying. How many net successes over a 9?
2.
Okay. Billy's lying. That's not how it went down. You know that Felix didn't see anything. You watched him come downstairs. And that's not how this went down at all. This dude's gun is still in its holster. But what you also get when you clock that and you like realize Billy's lying and you realize what's going on here, you turn back and the sheriff is locking eyes with you. And how many successes did you get, like, just total?
3.
He wants you to be quiet. Sheriff Fly does. He doesn't want you to say anything. And he goes, right. Well, if that's how it went down, Felix, I guess that's how it went down. Private Ralston, see to it that Captain Schaefer comes by my office. I'd like to have a talk with him about this incident. And if he don't show up, well, you guys got some fancy walls. But I'll find you.
And I have a really important question.
Yeah.
Are any of the guys, the militiamen here currently, are any of them the same dudes who were in the bar the other night?
No, actually, none of them are.
Okay.
And he goes, pardon me? He goes, don't think too hard on it, son. Just tell your captain to talk to me in the morning. And like Joe steps back. Felix takes a puff of his cigar. Billy puts the shotgun back under the bar. And there's like a tense moment of silence. And then Felix goes, what the fuck are you still doing here? I got a mess to clean up. Get the hell out of here. Go back to your camp. And the militia soldiers like quickly like gather their stuff and like leave. And a slightly more annoyed looking Sheriff Fly sits there for a second and goes, this ain't gonna last for long, Felix. You can't. It's just gonna brew more trouble. And Felix goes, well, what happens in my roof or behind my doors is my business, ain't it, Sheriff? So, those 4 folk, they on your payroll? Sheriff, if you want to talk fucking business to me, we can go up to my office. And Sheriff Fly grins and goes, "All right, I'll see you up there." And Felix goes, "All fucking right," and walks over, like grabs a bottle and 2 glasses, and then heads upstairs. Joe immediately gets to like pulling the body off of the bar, and Billy gets to like cleaning the bar as like Joe leaves with the body. And Sheriff Fly walks over to you, puts a hand on the bar, and goes, "You gonna do something stupid?"
No.
All right. Good. Now, you and I both know that's not how this went down, but you seem like a smart whip. If you were to go and try and seek retribution for this here slain fella, well, that'd cause a whole lot more problems, wouldn't it?
Almost certainly.
All right. So that's that then.
Seems like.
All right. Got a few more people I'm waiting to hear back from. So might have something for you by the end of next week.
Okay.
All right. He walks out. And Billy goes, "Did you want that drink, sir?"
No. And I leave.
All right. Have a good night.
I make sure they go back to their camp.
Yeah. They do. You see, like, they walk in, like, that Alf, or I guess you don't know his first name is Alf, but Ralston,
I do now.
you do now. Private Ralston, you think he would, in this instance, try to be like, big man on town, yeah, I just got away with killing a guy, like that kind of thing. But he got punched so hard, that dude surely has a concussion. and like, so he tries it a little bit, and then his friends have to help him the rest of the way because he can't walk straight. And he's having trouble speaking. But they do make their way back to the camp, and you see them kind of go through the checkpoint into the camp.
Yeah, I go back to my contemplative walk along the sort of like outskirts of town.
Sure thing. Porter, I also had you roll a connections roll.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to decide, is it better to have 4 successes than 3? Like, does that improve the roll, or will it be about the same?
Oh no, I mean that's
that's the threshold, right?
I mean every success adds more to your success, basically.
I would just like to spend 2 grit to punch it.
All right.
And so that is 4 successes. 4 successes for Porter.
Cool. So Porter, you you've been in Waypoint for like 9 months now, roughly?
Right, yeah. Just about.
Yeah, so with 4 successes, you got the lay of the land for being a peddler who has no problems in Waypoint. You know who sells what and what they need, and also like you actually kind of I think with 4 successes, your whole like I go to town square and drive the price down thing is like something that you now continue to do to ingratiate yourself to the other business owners. Basically, you make it so it's like you are currently like driving the price down in the town square peddlers, like the train depot peddlers, so that they can't, like, while you've been in town for the past like 5 months, they whenever they're there, they can't get a good deal because you're driving the price down to a reasonable price, and then they just skip town, and then you just pack up and leave. Like, you don't make any money, but what it does is it's like all of the like the people who can buy things from you like you. You are friends with at least business associates with pretty much every business owner in Waypoint. They all know you by first and last name, and they've probably done some business with you in the past to some degree. So as far as more specifically to your point, there's 2 of them that are your primary outlets for wholesale. And that would be Loretta Rose, who owns Rose Blacksmithing, and even more so, Dr. Charles O'Donovan of the O'Donovan First Aid and Clinic. Both of them are relatively, they're both in their early 70s, but they've been in Waypoint for a very long time. O'Donovan, is a very short-tempered man who has just no bedside manner for anyone that he treats. But he needs a steady supply of first aid supplies. So whenever you have those, he buys them off you. Cool. And also he can supply you with them if you ever need them to make tonics, and he sells them to you at a fair price. And then Loretta Rose of Rose Blacksmithing, she makes weapons, armor, and occasionally some gadgets, but for the most part, she tends to lean towards making things for like basically martial purposes, lots of ammo and so on. And she takes machinery cubes and tech cubes alike. Every once in a while she'll buy a first aid cube, but for the most part she's buying machinery cubes and tech cubes from you. Right. Strangely, actually, both of these kind of more elder business owners in town are so they're currently grooming people to maybe like Loretta has an apprentice and O'Donovan has effectively like a resident. Loretta has gone through in the 9 months you've been here. Loretta has gone through. She's on her 3rd apprentice just in the time you've been here, and you've heard that she had other apprentices before. None of them seem to have been able to be up to the challenge of taking over for her. You don't think this Percy O'Kelly is currently her like apprentice, and you don't think he's up to it either. You think he's going to go the way of Micah and Chelsea as well. Meanwhile, the clinic, Charles O'Donovan does have the same intern and has for about like almost I guess has had him since you've been here. His name is Connor Oakley. But your read of him is that he might be a fine doctor. He cannot handle the criticism that Charles O'Donovan throws at him. He may be totally like suited for like medical work, but not under Charles O'Donovan. He can't hack it. Every time Charles O'Donovan like starts berating him, he just like falls apart and doesn't know how to like handle himself and like makes mistakes. The other person that you do a decent amount of business with is the general store owner, who is even older. His name is Winslow Casing. He's extremely hard of hearing. He is not grooming anyone to take over for him, and he's about 82 years old. And he is an eccentric, strange man. And his shop has as far as you can tell, no discernible organizational method except for if your name is Winslow Casing. He seems to know where everything is, but like you've been here for months and you don't have any idea. Every time you sell him something, he puts it in a different place. But he also sells you stuff at a reasonable price.
Sure.
You don't know this, but Gus paid 3 spurs for machinery cubes that you could have gotten for 2 spurs.
I think the first person I see then is probably Dr. Donovan.
All right. So yeah, you go to the O'Donovan clinic. Just bring up the map here for everyone. There it is. Number 9 there at the crossroads. It's a relatively small clinic for such a large town. Not to say that a lot of towns have like full on like permanent clinics, but as far as you've heard, like this clinic has never gotten bigger. It just has like it has like an operating room and like 3 recovery beds, and that's it. And then a small little like shop in the front with a place where he does like dentistry and stuff like that. You walk in, and as you walk in, you interrupt a conversation. There is a tall, you'd almost say close to 7 feet tall, broad-shouldered man, with gray hair cropped extremely close and tightly around his head, with a closely cropped beard, in a militia uniform as you open up the door. And you seem to interrupt a conversation as the bell dings. This large man turns and sees you, and his like dark eyes like regard you for a second. And then he turns back to O'Donovan, and your read on the situation is O'Donovan is annoyed, but that's not that's kind of a standard thing for him.
Could be anybody. Right.
This guy goes, "Well, it's like I said, Charles. We can always use someone like you. If you ever want to take a trip to Brimstone, you just let me know." And he like taps the table a couple times and then turns to you and he goes, "Excuse me, sir."
Oh, pardon. Oh, all right. Okay.
And he like waits for you to get completely out of his way and then walks out with like a rigid stature. Has to duck a little bit to go under the door.
Right. Hi, doctor. How's you?
Doing all right, Porter. How about you? Same old, same old. Got people asking me for things I don't want to fucking give them.
Hey, what's the militiaman doing here for you?
The colonel?
I mean, sure.
Every time he comes through town, he tries to recruit me. I tell him every day I get older and older, but he don't give a hoot.
Are they hired up for doctors, or what? Why would they need you?
Well, Brimstone gets into things from now and then that ain't necessarily standard militia work. During the Protomar crisis, he's like starting to tidy things up. And like starting also, you notice he's like taking out some of his supplies in case you want to buy something. He's basically like, it looks like he you're not 100% sure. Like, actually, maybe you are. You know this guy well enough with your 4 connections. He like just worked on the colonel's teeth, and is like breaking down the front of his clinic from like dentist mode to like shop mode again. And he goes, "Hey, well, you know, the 108th, they do things from time to time. Well, during the Protomar crisis, for instance, they were in charge of CBRN defense. It's a chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear defense. You see, there's depots, proto-martyr depots that got found out, and a lot of people got really sick real fast. Brimstone helped make some meds that would help out with that. And well, I guess, that's when it started. That's when old McGarrett started trying to pull me in, and since then, well, he stops by from time to time just to give me an earful, get his molars checked.
So is it just the medicines then, like that kind of military defense sort of thing, or do they branch out into some things that are, less savory? I mean, I just can't imagine why you wouldn't want to work for people like that if they're only trying to help.
Work for the militia? You fucking crazy?
Right, sometimes I forget the town I'm in.
I clawed this little patch of earth out through years of service to drifters and criminals alike. I ain't about to go straight with the militia and sign my life over to Fort Dearborn. As far as I'm concerned, Waypoint is a sovereign state.
Cheers to
that. But anyways, no, I don't want to work with them. And what they do all sorts of things. It's a different thing every time. They're always innovating and changing. They're versatile. I think the technical term is a maneuver enhancement brigade. So whatever the militia needs them to be doing at any given time, they're doing that.
I'm sure that comes in handy for the militia.
The militia, not no one else though.
Right.
They were deployed for explosive ordnance disposal during the middle of the Proto-Mark crisis. Did you ever see them come into town and try to clean up some of them suits? Those Proto-Martyr suits, they blow up when you kill them.
Right.
But sometimes not all of them blows up, and then you just got a suit there that, if you touch it, you're going to lose 2 arms. I seen it happen to a fella. It was brutal. And did the 108 ever swing by Waypoint? No. Because Colonel McGarrett, he doesn't like that Waypoint don't just march to the tune of his whistle.
Well, I think trying to get a bunch of drifters to march to the tune of any whistle would be like herding a bag of cats, if anything.
Yeah.
That's the expression.
Mayor Graves does a hell of a job of it, though. Mayor Graves does a hell of a job.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, being a past drifter herself, right, you would hope that at least she could relate to the people.
Yeah. Anyways, what the hell are you here for?
Oh, right. Yeah, business, of course.
Yeah, I'm busy. I just had to talk to that fella. I'm glad you came in. You've been talking to me for about 30 minutes after I was done with him. I got things to do today.
I'll try not to take up too much more of your time there, Doctor. I've just got some, some blindness tonics, some +1 finesse tonics. I could sell you an antitoxin, some muscle tonics, anything you might be interested in. I'm just looking for first aid cubes myself.
All right, you want to do a trade?
Absolutely.
Let's do it. Okay, so your you have, what are you giving him? Are you giving him all of that?
I might, does he like to diversify, or does he have one particular tonic that, like he doesn't like making himself, so that's usually what I give him?
He diversifies. He's selling to drifters. Like he brews a lot of it himself, but he is, you've had some success just selling him pre-made tonics because it does take him time to make tonics, and he always seems to think he doesn't have time to do anything he wants.
Right. I know a lot of people like that. I could sell, I feel
attacked.
I'll do one of my tier 2 +1 muscle tonics. I'll do the last antitoxin. One of the blindness tonics. And one of the +1 finesse tonics.
Blindness is tier 2, right?
That's right.
Okay.
So for the tier 2s, I usually go, I don't know, plus. I think I usually go plus. What 5 spurs for a tier 2 and three spurs for a tier 1?
Yeah. So for he is willing to give you 5 first aid cubes for that.
5, yeah. That's a fair good deal.
So
right?
it's a pretty good deal because basically like you spend 2 first aid cubes to make a tier 2 tonic, for instance, but you make 3 doses of that. So 2 first aid cubes makes 3. Right. And so altogether, like he is basically, you are saving him time. You have a past relationship with this guy. He's the guy in town who likes you the most. He is giving you a little less than what it would take to make these 4 tonics. But only if you don't take into account that if he made these 4 tonics, he would have 3 doses of each.
Sure. Tell you what, I'd like to sweeten this deal. So, Doctor, that's quite generous of you. Absolutely. I was also wondering, I could make that deal if perhaps I could trade this poor quality med kit for a standard quality. Would that be totally out of the question?
Roll the manipulate test.
Click that. What is he rolling against that?
He rolls discipline.
Good.
You were up against an 11.
Ooh. That'd be worth it. I'll hit. I'm going to spend 2 more grit to play to the gallery so I can count this 12 and hopefully get a 13 for reroll. What do you think? Come on, dice. It's a 5. That's fine. It's still 1 net success.
He looks at that, looks at you, and still offers you a very fair deal in the sense of he goes, all right, 4 first aid cubes, and I upgrade your med kit.
Fair enough. Can't argue with that.
And he
no
does
shake on it.
Yeah, so you're you go to shake on it, and he goes, never shake. And then and then he gives you 4 first aid cubes, and your poor quality med kit becomes standard quality.
Perfect.
At the end of it, he goes, you want to make it 3 first aid cubes? I'll go ahead and make this excellent quality for you.
How many spurs would it be just to upgrade it? Because I've got spurs, I need the first aid cubes in order to make more of my, fine quality tonics that you've been enjoying.
He goes, well, typically something like this, if someone came in with a med kit in this state, I would be looking to charge them 15 or 16 spurs for my trouble. But for you, I can call it 8 spurs.
I'll take that deal. And you don't shake, right? That's right. I'll take that deal.
Never shake. Yeah, and he takes your 8 spurs, and you now have an excellent quality med kit.
Cheers. Pleasure doing business with you, Doctor. And I think it's good to have you around these parts. If you ever get up in your older age and you're thinking about joining the militia for whatever reason, don't. We like having you here.
If I ever get up in my older age, are you fucking blind? Look at me, a stiff wind will crack my back.
No, you're quite spry. I see you moving around here. No, you sell yourself short there, Doctor.
Hey, it's just piss and vinegar keeps me going.
Cheers to that. Hopefully I'll have as much as you've got when I'm, like that.
Oh, very nice. You can fuck right off.
Yeah, just pulling your leg there, lad. Cheers. Thanks so much.
Yeah, and you leave. Cool. So Eloise, did you said you were gonna work on a thing. That's I think is the last roll that might happen.
Yeah, so I took a quick look and a bunch of measurements, and I have a whole list of things that I'd like to do to make Gus's truck a little bit more robust and roadworthy. But the thing that I noticed is that somehow Dex and Gus traveled all the way here with no safety measures at all. And so maybe I thought I would probably do that first. Just get that right out of the way, add some seat belts. I don't even think the DeCastros will mind if I just install them right now. I mean, it's just seat belts and an airbag and like maybe some curtain windows and like, a reinforced steel like interior, but like
Yeah.
yeah.
So safety features, that's gonna it costs you 3 machinery cubes. And it's class 2, so you're probably gonna be able to complete it in this time. Go ahead and roll machinery.
What do you need airbags for? Just don't crash.
Just
Right.
never crash.
This is why Gus was so picky with Dex's driving. He knew when they were riding. They're riding on the edge.
So that is 4 successes.
Sweet. Cool. You make excellent quality. So Roman, you can add safety features, high quality safety features to your vehicle. And it only takes up 1 mod point. Yeah, so Eloise, while you're taking the measurements, you just like kind of like add safety features. You're like, oh, well, while I'm here, and you slap those in. That takes you not very long at all. In fact, it takes you a whole. It just takes you half a day. You're just sitting outside of the DeCastro stables for half a day, like adding some safety features and taking measurements of this car, and then you're able to return to your room, and you set your Omni tool, like a piece of your Omni tool, like pops out, and you set it in the center of your room, and you move some of your furniture, and you snap your fingers, and boom, a full 3D like hologram of Gus's car appears in the room and it's such a sophisticated hologram that you're able to actually like open the hood and look inside and like interact with it and remove pieces and add new pieces. You go full Iron Man on this thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I scanned each piece individually, so like hopefully I could do that, because otherwise it'd be like there's no point in guessing, because if you guess and you get it wrong, then it won't fit, and then you got to do it over again. So at least this way, since I can't work on it directly, because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings or like take business away from anybody or anything like that, then I can just do it. And nobody will notice, and then nobody will be mad.
There is a point where Zachariah DeCastro is watching you like add the safety features and do the scanning, and he's not the tech based DeCastro elder,
right?
But he's like on break. He's just like walks out of the bar and he's like chewing on like a bar of like packed like grain and protein, and he walks up to you. And he's like just kind of watching from the porch, and he like sips his tea and then says, "Hey Eloise, is our Miss Reynolds?"
Hi, Mr. DeCastro.
Dalton's too proud to bring it up, but if you ever wanted to clock some hours here at the stables, he could use a hand in the garage. I mean, hell, Terry don't even really work here no more, so just saying, we could use the help if you ever want. If you're in town for a long time.
Sure, of course. Thank you. That's very nice. I would like to help out. Even though I've been here for a while, I've never really. I just like to help. So, like, if you need anything and I'm in town, like, I guess I could offer so that he didn't feel weird about it.
It's fine. I can handle Dalton.
Okay. Yeah, no, that sounds real nice.
All right. Well, you're in town for a little while. We might ask you to put in some time. We'll pay you a fair wage based on the work you do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I never had like a real job before, so like I guess yeah, I'll just let you. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Anyways, don't let me bother you. You keep measuring your friend's car over there.
I will. Do you? Yeah. I noticed there weren't any seatbelts, and I got nervous about that.
You'd be surprised how many drifters just kind of glaze over that fact.
That's legitimately terrifying.
I guess
Okay.
they figure if they crash, they're gonna die anyways, but that ain't how it works.
No, not. I mean, that's what.
And he steps up, finishes his iced tea, and then says, "All right, Reynolds. I'll make sure Dalton reaches out to you next time you're next time he needs a hand."
Okay. Thank you, for thinking of me.
Ain't no problem. And he you know how like Matthew McConaughey walks? That's how this guy walks. Like,
Oh yeah.
like he's got like he is zen. Like you've seen Dalton, and Dalton like is like a wound up spring. He's always got another thing he's got to get to. And Zachariah is just like he's there and he knows what he has to do for the day. And that's about it. You know, he doesn't get worked up over nothing.
Would you say that's all right?
He's all right.
Also, just for a quick point, Porter's wagon also does not have safety features.
yeah, that's definitely true.
What?
Yeah. Anyways, Eloise, what else you said you were going to work on something else for the car, or is that pretty much all you do? And then you just kind of like think about it for a little while longer.
Oh, sure. How many? I have 6. So maybe, gosh, probably I guess just some armoring.
Okay. You're going to
Yeah.
put armor on the vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
It ain't fancy, but it'll, he said he wanted some armor. That's the one thing he mentioned. So like, I'd rather like, kind of do what it's not mine. It's just like, so armoring is very traditional. I think that'll work.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll machinery. It takes six machinery cubes.
That's all my machinery cube. Oh, 0. Yeah. Oh no. I'm out of dice. How did this happen? That's 5 hits.
You make it. It's excellent quality. Gus, you can add armoring to your vehicle, which increases its armor by 10 and its toughness by 1. But all of its handling modifiers go down by 1.
That's the next thing I'm going to work on.
And that takes up 5 mod points. And you got time. That doesn't take you very long, Eloise. So if you want to get some machinery cubes, because you know that Porter has an inn with Winslow Casing, you can get machinery cubes at 2 spurs a pop.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll buy.
And Winslow Casing loves you, and actually, out of like most people in town, you get him more than anyone else. But he does require you to talk extremely loudly when you're in there. He goes, you come in, he goes, he doesn't even look up, and then you walk up, and then he goes, ah! Ah! Howdy, Miss Reynolds.
Hi, Mr. Casey.
What?
Hi.
Oh, hi. What you need?
Do you have five machinery cubes?
Oh yeah, 5 machinery. Yeah, sure, no problem.
Okay. I want that.
You want that?
Yeah.
All right, coming up. And he goes and grabs supplies from all over. His shop is packed to the gills, and it's like the shelving is like arching inward. It feels like at any point everything is going to collapse in, but somehow it doesn't. And he has tags on everything, but there's even with your brilliant mind, you have not been able to discern what the pattern is on those tags, because it seems like there's no pattern. Sometimes there's letters, sometimes there's numbers, sometimes there's letters and numbers, sometimes there's weird symbols mixed in, sometimes it's only weird symbols. You got nothing. But what he does is swiftly, for a man of his age, kind of hunched over, he steps around. You see he has a prosthetic leg from the knee down. This like arched metal piece of machinery that he springs off of, and then like walks around and like grabs stuff and like puts together 5 machinery cubes for you. And then he goes, "There we 10 spurs."
Yeah, I put 10 spurs on the counter.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
What?
Thanks.
You have a good day too.
Bye.
Adios.
If I may just take a second, one of my favorite things about that character, because I've experienced this a few times in different sessions now, is that he runs a general store. When you come in and you mention a product to him, he has no inclination that you would like to purchase this product. This is, in his mind, a general inquiry.
He's like, yeah, I have that.
Yeah, what about it? Oh, you want to buy it? Oh, that's a whole different thing.
All right, cool. Eloise, you're able to restock on some of your supplies. Gus, that conversation you have with Eloise is like near the end of the time frame, so you don't get to like have another real conversation with Saoirse Payne, because at a certain point, it's early in the morning. Eloise, you have finished crafting the armor, so you are there with Gus outside the DeCastro stables, just kind of applying the armor to the vehicle. And before Gus goes in for his workout. Dex, you are awake, and nearby as well. You walked out with Gus.
Yeah.
You had a hard.
I'm interested to see the seatbelts in his car now.
Yeah. Basically, you all are able to see like Eloise and Gus have this thing going on, and they're gonna do it. Porter, you also realize as you're kind of pulled into this, you do have to give another 2 spurs to the stables to secure your like slot there.
Sure.
If you got the 2 spurs.
I got 'em.
So go ahead and mark off 2 spurs, and you're good for another decent amount of time. But all of you are kind of outside as Eloise is applying armor to the outside of the car. Then there's Dalton comes up and is kind of watching, and he goes, "Heard Zachariah talk to you, Miss Reynolds?"
Yes.
All right. Well, I appreciate your interest. If we ever need you, we'll reach out.
So here's the thing: is that Mr. DeCastro, the other Mr. DeCastro, he kind of said that you were very confident, and so you wouldn't ask when you needed help because, like, you have a lot of confidence, and so like that means that like you won't necessarily like you'd rather work yourself to the bone or something. That is kind of what I read into the situation. So if it ever comes to the point where you're like, oh man, I would love to just sit down and read a book or like spend time with my family or anything. I don't really have any family here. So like you can just give me a call. Like really, really is the thing, because like you deserve some time for you. So just thank you.
You're welcome. And as you kind of are finishing up, the car is coming together. You've applied the armor mod to it. And then you hear,
Hey!
help!
Oh no.
Help! And Dalton, who was like working on something in the garage, like comes out immediately, and the door swings open, and Zachariah like steps out, like pulling his overalls over his bare chest. And the rest of the crowd starts to like kind of on that end of town, like kind of step up as two women ride into town on a single horse. They look beat to hell. They're bloodied, covered in dirt, and look like they've been up all night. As they rush into town, and one of them is unconscious, kind of slumped over the front of the horse, as the other one is holding on to the reins. And she's got tears streaming down her face, and she's like, please, somebody help! And that's where we're going to take a break.
Brutal.
All right. We are going to take a brief break. I got 10:03 on the clock, so we'll be back around 10:13. Those of you watching, take a walk, get a snack, refresh your drinks. We'll be back, and we'll see what's going on the south side of Waypoint.
Ooh.
All right, we're back. A little later than expected, but we had a couple technical issues, and then also Addie made me some chicken nuggets.
We only have one microwave, and I needed to microwave my vegan, dairy-free shit, and then I needed to get nuggies for him. So just.
And then I took all of those nuggets and I just they're gone.
It was
I
gross.
ate them all. Next time, maybe I'll do it on stream. I didn't want to subject you guys, the audience, to that.
You do that on your channel.
All right.
Oh, speaking of which, go to the Jolly Poncho and watch Tommy play video games.
Do it.
And I guess do gross things with chicken now.
No, that's a bad. Don't say that.
Okay.
No,
So
it's like a Black
And
Mirror
you-
episode.
and I
recap.
play video games.
Recap for anyone who's joining us just now. These four drifters, they've been in Waypoint. The tensions are rising between the militia and Waypoint as the Waypoint people are kind of bucking up against the militia encampment outside of town. They got some crafting done. They got some shopping done. They made some new friends along the way, Gus. And now they're all outside the DeCastro stables on the south side of town as a harrowed couple of women ride into town on the back of a beleaguered looking horse. One woman is unconscious and bloodied. The other one also slightly bloodied, and looking completely. I looked at the chat. It was completely worn out, as if she hadn't slept for the night. And they ride into town calling for help. Drawing attention from both the DeCastro stables and the Point the Way pub. As this unfolds, they kind of ride up and people rush up to try and like help calm the horse down and help one of the women off, and a couple people like help pull the unconscious woman off of the horse. And the conscious woman is like immediately like taking to like anyone who wants to like give her a hand as she's like having trouble standing. What do the four of you do?
I'm headed over there.
I think as a group.
Yeah, I mean the four of you were able to get up there. Is there anything in particular?
Colin, I think I'm going to try and tend to the unconscious one.
Oh, sure. So you like kind of guide her to the ground and start trying to help her out?
Yes.
Go ahead and roll first aid.
Sure. Oh, I have an excellent quality med kit now. So that's what, +2?
No, it is a +1 and +1
1.
reliability.
Oh, all right. I'll take that. First aid. There we go. That's 3 hits.
Okay, cool. She is exhausted, dehydrated, and has several wounds. You look and it's like a rabid animal like just went to town on like her back and like tore up her back and her sides. You don't see any teeth marks, you see only claw marks. As you start just like filling that in. She remains unconscious, but you're able to like effectively recover some hit points. If you go ahead and spend a first aid cube.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
you will have like sealed up all of the open wounds that she has.
Good. And then, oh no, never mind. I was going to say I should give her a healing tonic, but I don't have one, so I won't do that.
Yeah, so your Porter rushes in and is like, to the ground. He like helps like there's like 3 people holding her and they like guide her to the ground, and you like
Easy.
You
Bust
roll
the
her
leg.
over, you cut open like the back of her like clothing and like look at her wounds, and immediately like pop open like your med kit and pull out like some synthetic skin and like start pasting that on, and like in front of that you're like you're sanitizing things like ahead of it, like burning away like the blood and the dirt, and then like putting on a fake layer of skin and then like trying to dress the wounds. That's what Porter's doing. What about everyone else?
I think I'm helping the other one stand. You said she's having trouble like finding someone to help her stand? Or,
Yeah.
like, she's struggling.
Yeah. So she
I sort of like I grab her and like support her, I guess.
yeah,
Sort of like,
easily
"Ma'am,
you
tell
kind of
us
like
what's wrong."
there's a couple other people who are trying to help her walk, and you just shove them out of the way and get her arm around your shoulder. You alone are enough to support this woman. As she gets her arm around you, clutches onto you, and goes, "We lost everything.
What happened?
I don't know. It was something in the night. I don't know. We just got out of there, and we left everything behind. Everything. I gotta go back. You gotta get me some water and maybe a new horse, and I gotta go back."
Back for what? Sorry, you go.
I'll I guess I'll come up and I'll go, "Hi, I'm Eloise. And the last thing you need to do right now is just you are not well. We will can you tell us where you left your things? We can send somebody out to go get it for you. Promise.
You say like, "I'm Eloise," and she kind of like without a thought goes, "Sarah," and then you ask her where it was. She goes, about a day's ride from town, nearby the mountains. We had a camp. It came in the middle of the night. We had to run. It killed Rupert. At least I think it killed Rupert. I don't know. We ran away while it was distracted."
Okay. Well, we well, why don't we take you and your friend to go see the doctor, and then we'll get some people to go out and bring back Rupert in your stuff, and everything's going to be, we're going to do our best to make sure everything is as okay as we can make it. I know it feels like things aren't okay right now, but it is you are going to be okay. You and your friend Sarah, everything's going to be okay. Promise.
Dex, what are you doing while this is going on?
So there's a few thoughts running through my head. The mountains are east, yeah?
Yeah, immediately east, and then they run south of town.
Okay. One, I'm trying to think like what is up there in the mountains. Two, I think the thing that is getting in the way of me trying to think of what is up there in the mountains is remembering Captain Schaefer saying we're here doing border patrol, just out in the mountains trying to see, what's out there and what's safe. And I'm very angry at them right now in this moment.
Sure. Go ahead and roll a discipline check for me, Dex, at a -2.
That's 4 hits.
Cool. Eloise says we'll bring Rupert back. And like, et cetera. you see on Sarah's face when it's like, we'll get Rupert back, she like looks like angered and perplexed, but doesn't have the energy to continue the conversation with Eloise. But she doesn't give a shit about getting Rupert back. There's something else she needs.
Does it... Can I tell, based on that roll, does it look like she's... I guess, does it feel like malicious? Or is it... I don't know how to describe... Basically, does she seem shady, right? Is it like...
No.
Whatever she's trying to, like...
You found...
She needs...
This is someone who is in a terrible position and needs help.
Okay. Then yeah, I don't press her on it then, but I do start getting ready to go.
Okay. She goes, there's a clinic, right? Please get Gail to the clinic. Get Gail there.
You need to come along too. You're injured as well.
And she's like, I'm fine. I can. And she tries
You're
to like
in no
move,
shape.
she tries to move away from Gus.
No. Right.
And Gus and Porter,
I think we're right on that.
you're able to kind of carry Sarah and Gail with the crowd up north. And as you get to the clinic, the sheriff approaches the scene. There's a small crowd, maybe 8 or so people, including the DeCastros and Saoirse Payne. And Dex like walks up out of the Free State Bed and Brew, which is not too far from the clinic, with basically like a rucksack of like people's stuff, at least his and Gus's stuff. And Eloise, you're able to catch up and be there as well. And the sheriff like walks up, sees what's going on, and turns to Porter and goes, "What's happening?"
Just a couple of women rode in. One of them unconscious. They said they were attacked in the middle of the night over in the mountains. I'm just trying to get them to the doctor.
Them's animal wounds. They were attacked by an animal, right?
I don't see any other injuries. No.
Charlie, he says to Dr. Charles O'Donovan. And O'Donovan like looks up at him and he goes, "Keep this under wraps." And he's like, "Where do you say, Sheriff?" And he turns back and he goes, "All right." And he sees you walking up Dex and he goes, "Perfect. All right. Mr. Bailey, you are with these 3 drifters, right?"
That's right.
Yeah. What's
The 4 of you head south of town. Head south of town, find their camp. Try to figure out what's going on. The last thing we need is the militia to take control of this situation. They're looking for any excuse to stay in town. So you head south. You find out what happened. You come back. I'll talk to the mayor. I'll smooth it over with the colonel. You got to go.
sure? If it comes up, you should ask the militia what the fuck they're doing, because it's not making sure people are safe in the mountains. I'll tell you that. As I load things into the car.
He gives like just the smallest little bit of a smile at that, and goes, "Get the hell out of town." And then walks over to the crowd and is like, "All right, people, get out of here, all right? There's a couple people attacked by a war king outside of town. You need to go, all right? And if any of you go building this up to something more than it is, you're going to talk to me at the end of the night. You understand? Looking at you? All right, go on, get. Seriously, get everyone a beer on me."
Who is he looking at in that moment? I just want to take note of that.
Just a random person. You've seen this person in town from time to time.
Sure.
I think maybe you played poker with him once. He does have a bit of a mouth on him. He likes to talk a lot. So you could extrapolate that maybe that guy's a bit of a gossip.
Good to know. Always good information. Right, and I'll just help Dr. O'Donovan get the both of them into his shop.
Yep. You're able to do that. You walk right through the shop into the back room where there are a few recovery beds, and he lays them down. Rushing into the front door as you are leaving is Connor Oakley, who rushes in and is like, all right, what do I do? And he goes, if you act a fucking ass, stand in a corner. And and he starts working on Gale. And like Connor sits there for a second, like frozen, and like looks to you, Porter, and like looks to Sarah, and is like, ma'am, if you could just, give me your arm. And he like starts putting like an IV in her arm. As O'Donovan is like working on the critical woman at the time.
Can I roll to assist Dr. O'Connor so that maybe, just maybe, O'Donovan, or sorry, Connor, what's his last name?
Oakley.
Oakley. I'm going to help Oakley just so that maybe Dr. O'Donovan might see him as a little bit more competent.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a blend for me, actually.
Blend?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cruel, I think. Is this a first impression? I must have met
absolutely not. No, you've met both of
right.
these people. If you were rolling against Sarah or Gale, maybe, but you're not.
Okay, wait. What am I rolling against?
You're rolling against O'Donovan because you're trying to make it look like
Right.
Oakley is doing the work that you're doing.
What's the skill that he's rolling?
Oh, it would be perception.
Perception?
Observe.
Observe. Sorry.
Observe. Right. Observe. Okay, right. Okay, that makes sense then.
You're only up against an 8.
I couldn't even beat that if I tried, but I will. Yeah, right. Nothing.
Okay.
My blend is 4. It wasn't ever going to happen.
Yeah. So you help Oakley out. You he's like trying to get the IV in, and like you like step in to help like calm Sarah down so that Oakley can actually get a hold of her arm and put the IV in. So you start talking to her and being like, it's going to be fine. Yeah. Here, take this. And you like reach over and grab like a vial from like a nearby shelf. And you just immediately identify it as like a calming tonic, and you have her take it, and she calms down. And then the IV goes in. And you're like, you put a hand on Oakley as he's like trying to check like other parts of her to make sure she's okay. And you go, honestly, like O'Donovan needs your help over there. Gale needs to be triaged. And Oakley's like, right, yeah. And he like rushes over and like for like, to his credit, like does a decent moment when given that direction to like grab the tools O'Donovan needs to like improve upon the quick work that you did with the med kit. And then you're able to exit just as the sheriff is telling the other 3, go on, get out of town.
I guess we should I guess we're riding for their camp then.
Yeah. Something's fishy about this.
I can tell, although it doesn't seem like anybody's doing anything shady in general. I don't know. But I agree, if this isn't a normal situation.
It's more things that don't add up. We'll talk when we're out of earshot. I like nod toward in the general direction of the militia camp.
And I'll collect my things. Are we taking my ride or Gus's?
Well, let's take. Oh, sorry. Am I near this?
Yeah. You're all here.
Cool. Yeah, let's take mine because Eloise just did some cool modifications on it and made a good point that 2 cars is better than 1. And also, last time we had to bring back a dead person, and it sounds like this time we might have to bring back a dead person. So, yeah, the two cars is it might be a good idea.
Good. I'll pull the wagon around.
You might have trouble getting the wagon up into the mountains.
She said her camp was out like nearby the mountains. It wasn't in the mountains.
Got it. Okay. Never mind. I don't say that.
Yeah, so Porter, you pull the wagon out, Gus, you get in the car, and the four of you are able to drive south towards the mountains. About a day's ride doesn't give you a lot of things that are like butt up against the mountains, so like you're able to kind of have a general direction. You're hoping with a little bit of time you're able to find where this camp was. How you guys split up? Like, at the very least, you're 3 people are one place and 1 person's another place.
Probably in the car.
Eloise, where are you?
I guess I'll go with Porter.
Okay. So Gus and Dex in the car, Porter and Eloise in the wagon. You all make your way south of town. And you drive into the night. And you're getting pretty close to the mountains. But you know that like if you were to continue driving, it would be way too dangerous, especially if you're going to a place where something is hunting. So you stop at a decent distance, knowing that you'll be able to like wake up like really early and make your way over to like where the mountains are and kind of scour that area to try and like figure out where this camp used to be. So you do all 4 have a moment where maybe for the first time in a handful of days, the 4 of you are kind of all together as you set up camp for the night and are able to kind of like relax for a moment.
So if I may, I think something that might have happened, I don't know. I think he would have brought it up to Dex on the ride. On the ride out, I think Gus would have said, I know Porter ain't here. Maybe we could lend it to them for tomorrow's drive, but do you want to crack into that new Light in the Darkness? And it just felt right, like us in the car and we're driving again.
Suppose I don't really need to keep an eye out for a while.
Yeah.
Cool. So you open up the latest issue of A Light in the Darkness. And I believe the last thing was that oh god, I've forgotten his name.
He'd been captured by
something
vampires.
About his grandfather, right?
Yeah, well, he had been captured by
and he busted a hole in the cave.
Yeah, but the reason he was able to have the resolve was because he had his grandfather's watch.
Yes.
As
we all know this.
As Detective, God, what's his last name?
Kazak.
Come on. As Detective Rico Kazak makes his way out of the vampire nest in the beating sun of the sulfur dunes. He starts like it's a lot of like extremely long, like he's like thinking about all of his failures, thinking about the people he's lost as the sun beats down on him and his like skin cracks and his lips bleed and all he wants is a drink of water. And then as he like reaches the pinnacle of his exhaustion, he hears like kind of like briefly over his shoulder just this kind of like Rico. I'm gonna do that just a little bit louder. I think the stream cut me out. Rico. And he like kicks his head up and like thinks he's crazy for a second, and then as he wanders a little bit more, he hears Rico. And he stops and then like hunkers down for a second and expands his luminescent energy out to feel the dunes around him and then feels life off in the direction that the sound is coming from. And as he makes his way across the dunes and crests over the sand, he sees an oasis. He gets to the oasis and he like greedily drinks up some water. And then as he like sits back for a second, he sees his reflection is smiling at him and is healthy. And he has a whole conversation with his reflection about where to go next and what to do. And he thinks it's a delusion. And then as he like gets frustrated with his reflection because it's criticizing like the things he's done and the sacrifices he's made, he's like, you don't understand. And he like smashes the water, and then he has no reflection. And then he steps back and he realizes the water didn't quench his thirst. And he feels the sun burning him more than usual. And he panics. And that's where the issue ends.
Damn.
Dang, Tommy, you keep doing this good. We're gonna make you keep this up. I hope you know that.
It's my new Bobby Klein.
Oh, dang, Dex. Oh man, that one was weirder than usual. Didn't have to fight nobody. He had to fight himself.
Do you think he's a vampire?
Oh no. I mean, he was in the vampire, and I guess you could get bit and not notice it, and then they wouldn't have a reflection, right?
I guess he. No, but he was in the sun all day. Maybe it's
Yeah.
still early.
But it was hotter than usual because he turned into a vampire. His reflection was keeping him from becoming a vampire, and he hit it, and now he's a full vampire.
I don't know. This might be a bridge too far for me.
I don't know. It didn't make sense as I was saying it. We just got to read the next one. Dang, it's so good. They done did it to us again. Dang old Rico. And his tails.
And then you at a certain point, Porter gives you the signal. You pull off the side of the road and set up camp.
Hey, here you go, Porter. I'm sorry, we couldn't resist. We read them on the ride, but maybe you two could read them on the ride tomorrow if you'd like, before we sort of get there.
I'll ask Elle if she'd be receptive to it, but I know she's not the biggest fan of Detective Rico.
What?
Well, I mean, just this kind of literature in general. I think she prefers things to be a little bit more clinical or scientific. I don't know.
Oh, she loves books and stuff. This one's a book.
It's kind of a book. It's kind of a periodical, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it's like a book. It keeps coming out. It's like better than a book. The book that ain't done.
I see your point. Maybe I can convince her of the same thing. But anyway, cheers. I've been so excited for this one. I that vampire den. There's no way. I just didn't think there was any way.
Yeah. There's the vampire. I don't want to say anything. You read it.
No,
you let us know.
no spoilers. What's wrong with you?
I said I didn't want to say anything.
Read this before you say anything else. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just, I'm messing about.
All right. Hey, you enjoy it, and if she didn't want to read it with you, heck, we'll read it. We'll all read it together. We can get a second take at it and hear your opinion. Sort of have a discussion club.
Yeah, that
Sort
might be
of like
fun.
we used to
kind
do.
of
like a Verity study, but
and
with Rico Kasich.
I was thinking more of a book club, but I guess that works too.
Yeah, like a book club, I guess.
Right. As long as we don't actually bring the Verities into it, it's great reading, but I don't know if wouldn't want to say anything to offend you.
Sure, yeah, no, Alana never did anything with reflections or sort of talking with herself. No parallels to be drawn at all. No offer intention there whatsoever.
I
It's
don't
not
know what you're
richer
talking
or
about.
more interesting for knowing the Verities, but it's fine.
Fair enough. I can't argue with that.
Any other stuff going on over the evening? Or is it just get back to work in the morning?
I do want to. So, like, survival kit includes sort of like information, also, right?
Say again?
Like, a survival kit includes sort of like almost like a outdoorsman's handbook as like part of it, right?
Yeah, to a degree, yeah.
Yeah, I just kind of I want to like spend some time and read up on like what's in this region and like what might have done that to those people.
Sure. Go ahead and roll survival. And your med kit can apply here as you kind of look through like the area where you are, and you turn the tab over to like look at what like designations of like of like fauna might exist in this area.
Yeah, I have more grit than a human technically needs. So I'll spend 2 grit to twist the knife. I have 4 hits.
Okay. Yeah. So, you sit down, you look through what you have, and you think on what you've seen, and kind of like you're basically like moving through like slides, to try and like see what there is. And you're just like it's like rolling over at a certain point. You're just like reading them so fast as you just kind of scroll through to try and find anything that matches. In this area of the Badlands, a couple things come to mind as possible culprits for this attack based on like the wounds. One is Warrakin, which are large wolf-like creatures that tend to hunt in pairs or sometimes a pack if you're really close to their nest or den. Another one would be Glowakis, which tends to feed on livestock and doesn't tend to. It attacks people, but the thing about the Glowakis is it's like this large, big creature that stalks people for a very long time and waits until the opportune moment to attack them. More often than not, when a Glowakis interacts with people, it's because it's eating one of their like animals or their livestock. And when those instances happen, it's not like it's very uncommon for the Glowakis to then attack people. So like the amount of damage done to Gale would indicate that this creature like took a moment.
It was hunting people.
Yeah, it took a moment to stop and attack her. And then that strikes you as weird for a moment because you're like, wait, she had claw marks on her, but no like bite marks or anything like that. It looked like something just kind of like raked claws over her, which is usually something that a creature does in a defensive way. Like if they're just trying to like scare something off, they'll like maim it to make it go away. So this thing wasn't trying to eat the people, and ultimately, after all these things kind of come together, you're like, this doesn't add up to be any creature that I know about in this area, unless it's like a unique instance. Because like there's times, right, where like just a Warrakin just attacks a camp for like no discernible reason, and people are like, that was crazy. And then like they go about their lives. There's times where animals don't act perfectly in line with like what is typical for their species. So this is either something that hasn't been cataloged before, or an instance of something that has been cataloged. You would guess probably something like a Glowakis, but not behaving in its usual way. If it was a Glowakis, something else drove it to act this way, and you don't know what that is.
Sure. None of this adds up. I have never encountered such a string of things that do not make sense in such a short amount of time.
I assume
I think
he says this
Dex like says
on
this out loud around the
at-
campfire,
Yeah.
and everyone stares at me awkwardly and inside.
How so? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, most of the wildlife out here doesn't really hunt humans. And the ones that might wouldn't. The wounds that Gale had weren't really consistent with something like trying to eat her.
I mean, would I be familiar with animals that go after livestock?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, well, did you say it took? So, would these things eat a horse in a pinch?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You've lost plenty of livestock. Like it's a big deal for farmers to try and protect their livestock from Glowaki.
Yeah, I mean, well, didn't she say that they lost a horse too? That's Glowaki MO. They'll eat those things, anytime they can get their hands on it. Claws.
Dex, in that instance, it wouldn't make sense for it to have attacked Gale in the way that it
Yeah, it would have taken its food and left.
Yeah, they're very strong. If it was a Glowakis, a horse could have taken it away, especially if the people were running. There'd be no reason for it to like stay and attack Gale the way.
Yes. Yeah, if it was a Glowakis, it would have taken its food and it would have left. And as soon as those women ran, right? This thing, whatever it was, attacked their camp. And when push came to shove, it attacked the people instead of just leaving with whatever it was there for. Like animals hunt for food, right? If they get the food and they encounter something that hurts, they leave with their food.
I just had an idea. Something. I don't know if it's. Well, I guess maybe coulda. But remember? I'll remember how the Mathis gang lured those faucets in that sort of area, them to attack us.
Right.
What if this is them sort of luring in animals to make them do something they don't usually do? Didn't she say she had something she needed to go back for? What if it was LRC parts?
I don't think it was LRC parts, but she seemed a lot more concerned about whatever she was carrying than her friend they left.
Yeah.
Probably something valuable than something that somebody needs. I don't know.
Well, maybe it's worth putting our eyes out for old Kenny. Lulu.
But that's fair. I guess we should set up a watch for tonight anyway. I can take the first shift.
Sure. Here's the other thing. If the militia was actually out here doing border patrol, this shouldn't have happened.
Right, I had that thought as well. You'd think there'd be, patrols or something near the mountains.
Maybe they ain't out here doing border patrol at all.
Maybe.
That was kind of my point, Gus.
No,
Great minds.
That's quick thinking, Gus, yes.
I don't know. It's
Yeah.
all fishy, and I don't like it.
I don't have enough information to make an assessment right now, but hopefully finding whatever she left behind gives us more clarity into the subject.
I think you're right, though. Watch seems good.
Louise, what do you think?
I probably we don't have enough information. I could try to get more information with books.
Books?
Gus,
I mean-
Gus shoots Porter a meaningful glance.
You got me there.
Okay. I guess I'll go in the wagon and like try to read some stuff about the area maybe. Or I brought a couple of books, so probably one of them has something in here about military strategy or something.
Do you want to take the second watch then, since you'll be reading anyway?
Sure, yeah. No, that makes sense. You can just I'll probably be up, so you just just knock or whatever.
Well, I might pop by, as long as I can keep an eye out.
Well, no, I need to be
I don't want to
books
distract you.
by
No, I'm
myself.
sorry.
Yeah,
no.
no.
Right, that
Yeah.
makes sense. Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay. But like you just knock and then yeah.
Sure.
I mean, it's your wagon, so of course, if you
I'm still gonna knock. You're using
Okay.
it for your own private use and
Okay.
things. So
I'm gonna just do that.
good.
Now.
Happy reading.
Thanks.
Um,
And I am gonna go into the back of the wagon and shut all the windows and doors and entryways. And then I'm going to activate my detect life at a long range. At a long range.
Extreme or
Well, it says 4 for short, 6 for moderate, and 8 at long. So extreme isn't maybe an option.
oh, okay. So long is extreme.
Okay. Great. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Costs me almost all my focus.
All right, go ahead and roll your mentalist skill.
Okay. Oh man. I'm gonna spend grit to play to the gallery down. And so I can reroll both of these 8s. Okay. Oh, that's cocked. That's 4 hits. So I don't know that I want the names of everybody or anything, but it's a detailed description of the types of life forms, their names if they're important, I guess, their direction, and roughly how far away they are from you as a long-lasting effect.
Sure. Nothing you detect has a name.
Sure.
And you're able to get a significant amount of wildlife. You feel the presence of axe handle hounds, copperbirds near the mountains, Kaloo, and a few hoop snakes, and at one point, I guess you only get a ping, so you get a ping of a couple Warrican that seem to be leaving the range of your ability. Nothing has a name, and everything seems pretty spread out. And the areas that you guys were thinking about exploring for the camps, you don't detect anything.
Okay. And then there's nothing moving in our direction? that would be like close enough to maybe be worried about?
Yeah, I mean, it's a long-lasting effect, so you spend the rest of the night just kind of getting a feel for it. The animals move around with purpose, but nothing that seems to be in any relation to you.
Okay. Yeah. So I will still try to get like a full rest in if possible.
Yeah,
So I
absolutely.
can.
Yeah,
Okay.
You can like go until you're pretty tired and then just like turn it off and go to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah, so you just kind of like sit there kind of floating slightly above the base of the wagon with your legs crossed, just kind of like feeling out with your presence and feeling all the life around you.
Sure.
And you get a beautiful image of the nightlife of the Badlands, but no, seemingly no immediate threats to you and your friends.
Okay. Yeah. No, I do that, and then probably when Porter knocks, I freak out and like fall onto the floor.
Yeah,
Things like
Porter,
that.
you're not gonna
Hello. Just
No, come on in.
Oh.
Okay.
I come in and say, it's time for second shift. If you're ready.
Yeah. Sure. Yep.
Any good things that you're reading up on?
No luck trying to do that. So, I think that it's sort of a dead end. I thought I had a book on it, but I don't. So,
Can I tell that she's hiding something from me?
Probably. Eloise,
Yeah.
do we need to roll on that? He's got playing the player.
right.
I would want to know specifically if she's trying to hide her illuminatedness from me. So that might require a roll.
Yeah.
You know.
So,
Yeah,
thing
Eloise, go ahead and roll blend. Order.
Okay.
You can also roll blend or discipline. Or observe.
Discipline. Or observe. You know what? I'm going to roll observe if I can.
Blend. Oh, I actually am not bad at blend. Weird. I guess when I'm not totally anxiety ridden, I might blend in.
Right. So it's risky. What did you get?
I have a 10.
If you have a 10, then I'm going to spend 2 grit to play to the gallery. That puts me down at 0 grit, Tommy. And I think it's worth the risk because I think it might be important. So I play to the gallery up to the 13. I'm going to re-roll that now.
Eloise, go ahead and take a grit.
Oh, I just spent grit in order to have room to grit.
You're welcome.
Back up to 11 grit.
That at least gives me the 1 success. I don't have more than that.
Okay.
Yeah, she seems incredibly nervous. You don't know exactly what it is, but you don't think she was reading books in here.
Right. Eloise, I just want you to know that you don't have to be secretive with me unless it makes you feel more comfortable. You know, you can talk to me about anything. That's what I hope we've gotten to the point in that friendship anyway.
Roman. How dare you? Sorry. You're fine. Yeah, no. And I'll like get out and start walking towards a place to watch. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, so, well, I thought maybe since we were kind of at a dead end, I would use an ability I have.
What's the ability? Tell me more about it.
Well, I I can, among other things, do I can
It's okay.
use illuminated abilities to like detect the things around me, the people, life around me, and I thought maybe if there was like something weird or dangerous around, then like I could maybe sense it. So I tried that, but there ain't nothing out there except for, like they don't care about us or nothing. So
Or just regular wildlife sorts of things.
yeah,
I get it. I don't know. I don't know if it's something being controlled by somebody or just like, I don't know. Do I've heard of animals going rabid. I don't know if that's the thing that happens to gloacuses or gloaci or whatever. That's good that they're not here now, I suppose. That's really incredible, by the way. That's
you don't care.
amazing. No, I told you. I grew up next to illuminated people. I like hearing about your abilities and things.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just like in practice, it's sort of like, I just thought like, like theoretically it might be like, but then like in practice it might be like, oh my God. Ugh. And
Sure.
so I like,
That's that's not one I run across very often, but I can see how that'd be helpful, especially in a situation like this. So
yeah, and it's going to hang out for kind of a long time. So I don't know. Dex doesn't know, and we just talked about it, but then we never really touched back, and it was sort of like,
Right.
oh my God, does he even remember that I told him, or like, is he paying attention because we was driving and like maybe that was more important or something? So like,
no, I wouldn't forget something like that. I know how well it's very special. I think you're a special person, Eloise.
anyway, there ain't nothing around here, so
Sure.
and I didn't bring any books because we left in a hurry.
Oh, well, they are your favorite thing, but I suppose I could get you the latest or the newer Light in the Darkness, or I have some chat books or something in the wagon. I think I still have a few left if you need something.
Oh, I read those on the way down already.
Yeah, you're a pretty speedy reader, aren't you?
Yeah, it comes from practice of not talking to people, so
Right.
but yeah. So anyway, I can just do the watch and you can take a rest if you want, or if you're not tired you can hang out, whatever.
I might sit up here. Let me go grab my instrument. I can at least like chill and play quietly, hopefully not wake anybody up. If you want, I'd just like to play something if you want.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Good.
I love it when you play. I mean, it's cool.
I know what you mean. And yeah, I'll go grab my instrument and bring it back up. And I've decided that like there's settings on the instrument, so it doesn't always sound like the same thing. Sometimes it's like tuned like a mandolin.
It's
Sometimes
not
I
a
can, like, spread out
mandolin.
the
It is
strings.
a sci-fi stringed instrument. Plucking
right.
instruments.
So it sounds like. turns till the big lights burn, bring you home. Will you stay this time, or will you go? Orbit round till the sun goes down, drag your tail across the sky. Will you fall this time, or will you fly? Oh man, oh man, harbinger of better things to come. Oh man, oh man. Sleep now, but keep your shine. Thinking about you, so just wrote some things and thought you might like it. That's all.
That you what me?
Right? Yeah, you. I'll keep working on it. I know it's not perfect, but
No,
you
it's
just thought about it.
perfect. I love it.
Well. Anyway,
Nobody's
I'm
ever
gonna go
done
get some
anything so
vegetables.
nice for me.
What? Sorry.
No, that was. I don't. No, nobody's ever done anything so nice to me for me, ever.
You're great. I just think you're great. That's all.
I think you're great too. Weird.
I'm just gonna.
Okay, no, I'm just
Seriously,
gonna.
bye.
I should
Okay.
go on
Bye.
watching, because
Take it
this is my
easy.
thing.
Be
I'm just
safe.
gonna.
Don't let anything get too close. 'Cause it could... And Porter's going to bed.
Well, the chat.
I don't think I'm gonna sleep for the rest of the night.
Well, the chat gives you 2 grit, Porter.
That's so nice.
And then also because Eloise finally is low enough on her grit. Everyone gets a grit for excellent roleplay because you guys have done great roleplay so far.
Back up to 12. Is there anything here? I look real hard.
The
for
night
literally
the night
anything.
passes without incident.
Okay.
Oh, another grit from the chat for you, Porter. So you're at 4 grit.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you, chat. You're my favorite.
All right. So the day comes, you're able to pack up camp, and you make your way. This thing's my face. You make your way towards the mountains, and it doesn't take you guys very long to find the disheveled camp left behind by those 2 women. It's torn to shreds. You see the remnants of a tent, some ripped up and overturned like crates, and a ripped up wagon, and a dead horse with its innards strewn about the camp. As you approach, no signs of life.
Do we see a human body anywhere?
You do not.
Maybe Rupert was a horse.
I guess it could be. Did she seem like she was talking about a horse?
You're
Tell me.
not sure. You were dragging. You were
Oh,
You were tending to a very gravely wounded woman.
Fair enough.
Did
Dex-
it seem like Rupert was the horse?
Dex, you think you're like it could have been a horse. And as you walk up, you see actually the saddlebag on the remains of the horse does have a branded Rupert on the band over the butt.
What animal would? No, I've moved past it. It's not that funny. What animal would do this?
So based
this
on
is perfectly good food just left here.
Yeah, based
Right.
on your previous roll decks, you are able to tell by looking at the destroyed carcass of this horse, that it wasn't eaten. It was simply ripped apart.
Something big and strong came here and hurt things.
Hmm.
And that's not what animals do. I'll take a look around the camp, see if I can find whatever it is they left behind, or signs of something that left the camp in a way not heading to Waypoint.
Okay. What about the rest of you?
I spent a little bit of time in the Badlands. Can I see if I remember hearing anything like this before?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and roll a survival check, Porter.
Survival, not lore? Are you
Wanna
sure?
help.
This one would be survival.
All right.
I want to help Dex. Just looking around.
Okay. Go ahead and roll observe, Gus. What about you, Eloise?
I don't rightly know. I guess I'll look around. She said that there was something she needed to get, so I'll look around through the remains of whatever's in the camp and try to pack it up, and then also see if there's anything that looks like special or important.
Yeah, go ahead and roll observe as well.
Okay.
Okay.
With a standard quality survival kit, is that just plus one?
Yep.
Cool.
I got 2 hits.
Okay.
It's an assist, right? Assist in Dex or
Yeah. Well, no. Dex is looking for multiple things. I was having you roll separate, but you can assist Eloise. So that's a +2 to you, Eloise.
Oh. Okay. Thank.
So Eloise, how many successes?
Just 2.
And Porter, how many?
2.
Okay. So Eloise and Gus start looking around. Dex, you're kind of looking around the camp, but you're also looking for signs of this creature. And Porter, you're trying to basically play catch up with Dex. And you kind of come to the same conclusions Dex did, that there's not really anything in this area of the Badlands that would do this. And then Porter, you find some tracks. Leading away as Dex is kind of rummaging through some stuff. You call him over because you see that there's tracks heading back towards the mountains. And Dex, you come over and you realize that there's something weird about these tracks, because based on these tracks, the creature that attacked this camp, which is large and has a really aggressive way of moving, where it leaves grooves in the ground. You think this thing is bipedal. And there's almost no creatures in the Badlands that would do this, that match this description. a bipedal creature of this size that would behave in this way. Like none of this says anything natural.
This isn't an animal.
It
What?
doesn't look like a person.
Can I look at the tracks? But if they're not,
Look, right.
can I look
Uh,
for it like signs of like metal shavings or like machinery?
Sure. Yeah. You got 2 on observe.
Yeah.
You don't think like there's no signs of anything like
Okay.
there's not like oil or anything like that. The movements are too chaotic for it to be a mechanized movement, like a
Sure, like the steps aren't all the same size or
right.
whatever.
It's not like a modified rooster strider or anything like that.
Okay.
Gus, while you're looking around with Eloise, you do kind of rummage through the saddlebags on Rupert, and you find a deed to a homestead in the Fort Dearborn territory, signed over to Sarah and Gail Ritter. And without this deed, you know they have no claim to that land.
Hey, y'all, I found this. I think this might be what they were looking for.
Sure.
It's the deed to a homestead.
Oh, that's
Their
their
name.
livelihood.
Okay. Well, we can pack up their things and get back to Waypoint. And
Does it look like anything else was missing? Because, you know, you would think if there was something valuable here and it's not and any kind of animal, like Dex seems to think that they would take something like that, so that would be their claim on that land. Right? I mean, if it's just bandits.
No. I mean, so there are animals this could have been, but none of them should be here. Like, somebody would have had to bring any of the creatures that live on Manifest to this region for it to be here to do this.
can I ask a question, fellas? So if we've got all their stuff and we can get as much as we can from it, are we going back to Waypoint, or are we going after this creature?
I don't. I'm still a little. And Gus is like looking around a little bit, specifically for any like.
Airs to fall out of.
Right.
Yeah. Oh no, Gus!
It got
Don't
Gus.
speak to me, Gus! All right, he's back. Say again.
I don't know. I mean, we know the people who bring in animals to help them with dirty work, right? But they would have taken the deed. And so Gus is like looking around for like the glint of a scope anywhere. Like he's convinced. He's convinced that the Mathis gang is behind this.
Sure, yeah. So you like quickly rush up to a vantage point, look around to try and like you're making yourself a target and also hoping that you can like avoid the shot right before it happens. Nothing happens. You rush up, you scour like the mountaintops, you scour all the elevation around you. But there does not seem to be any sign of the Mathis gang. Or at the very least, no one takes a shot at you.
Have I heard what the brigade, like what their specialty is in my time around town?
I think you were looking for other things. You were trying to find people who could find that symbol.
Yeah,
but
no, just
even-
basically
even
if I heard it in passing.
Yeah,
basically.
I think if you want, you can roll connections at a -4. Okay. Then no.
Do I? The only thing I can think of is then, do I know if there's a circus anywhere near in this area that might have a creature like this?
A carnival?
A carnival, right?
Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna make you roll connections to know that there's not an active carnival. The closest active carnival is in Loner's Pass. Around that area. Loner's Pass and north of here. Which is pretty far from where you guys are. Way too far for this to be an escaped animal from a carnival. It would have had to pass through the militia and a Waypoint to get to here.
Could it be that this is the reason the militia's here? Then I learned from Dr. O'Donovan that they have been involved in pharmaceutical and healing tonic sorts of things, but I don't know. It seemed a little bit shadier than that. Could this be like an experiment or something? That's like as outside as I go. If it's not an animal and it's not strictly human.
This is my thought process, Eloise. Whatever this is, somebody either drove it here or brought it here. And if that's the case, those women aren't going to be the only people who get attacked by this thing. We should get them their stuff back, but this thing is still out there. And based on what I see around us here, it wants to hurt people.
Okay. Yeah, no, let's go. We don't need to. We should follow the tracks. Gus, can I have that deed? I've got a safe place to put it, is all.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got a safe place. Sure.
Yeah.
Here.
I'm gonna put it in the secret pocket in my shield. The one with my LRC tag in it. So we should. It will do us no good to stay here and think on it because there's no extra information. We should continue to investigate on as we go. I don't think if hunting down a wild animal of some mutation or abomination, or something severely out of its kin, so that it's hunting for sport, we should go now if we're doing it. Otherwise, we should turn around and we should take this deed back to the Ritters, and we should gear up for another thing because at the same time we'll lose whatever benefit we had from being here 2 days later.
I think as soon as before Eloise asked for the deed, when she was like, we should follow the tracks, and Dex said, okay, like I started down following, like I didn't like run away from the group, but I started the following of the tracks.
Yeah.
Oh, now, yeah, no.
Yeah, he just goes.
I keep forgetting that's like his mentality. He doesn't wait for me to finish talking, which is probably pretty good because if we did, we'd never go anywhere.
It's efficient. I'll give him that. Yeah, right.
So the rest of you were able to pack up a lot of Sarah and Gail's stuff, load them into the vehicles, and then catch up with Dex, who's basically started getting a sight on things and has a pretty good heading where to go. And it's relatively slow going from there. You all pile into your vehicles. Gus and Dex take the lead as Dex kind of has a sense, and you have to stop pretty frequently while like Dex and it sounds like maybe Porter and possibly Gus. I actually don't know if you have. No, you don't have very good tenacity. like so Dex and Porter kind of are like scouring, following tracks, and you do make your way into the mountains, which becomes harder and harder for you to continue with the vehicles that you have. Do you find a safe place to stash them to move a little more efficiently on foot, or do you try and like find paths and or make paths for your vehicles?
At some point, it will be faster to go on foot than it will be to go on vehicle, right? So
Yeah, I don't exactly want to be stuck in a car if we get jumped by this thing.
I don't like leaving the retail behind, but if that's the best course forward, I can try and hide it.
Cool. So you guys stash your vehicles kind of like in the mountainside. Porter, you're able to collect a lot of your inventory amongst everyone's stuff. And then you kind of like lock it down and leave it. And the rest of you continue into the mountains. This continues for another evening. You have to set up camp. And you move forward again throughout the day. You basically had to set up camp before you made that decision, kind of did it at camp. You wake up in the morning, stash the vehicles, move on. And then that evening, as you're setting up, or as you have camp set up, it's kind of this tension. You continue to have a relative trail, but it is becoming harder and harder to follow. And you're in the heart of like the mountains at this point, pretty elevated, and lots of like far away from any like sight lines or anything like that. You're kind of like nestled in this like rocky, steep terrain. But you find a place to set up camp. And it is the middle of the night. You're all sharing a meal before, everyone goes to sleep and the first person takes watch. And we'll say Dex, you hear movement coming up from the trail behind.
I think like without asking anybody, I like very quickly like kick dirt over the fire and just like put a finger to my lips. Shh. And I like move towards where I hear movement from.
I'm gonna open up my shield at that point.
Sure.
Okay.
So Dex, you move forward. Eloise, you get your shield ready. The rest of you kind of sit there and wait. Dex, as you kind of move up, there's like, you hear some mumbled voices for a second. And then you hear, to hell with this. Ms. Reynolds? Mr. Janus? Mr. Gurley? What was it? Mr. Bailey? It's me. It's Captain Schaefer here. Cavalry has arrived. We're here to help.
Yeah, I'll come out and like step into the moonlight.
Cool. As you do, a couple lights like turn on to like highlight you. And ahead of them, you see the silhouette of Captain Schaefer. And he gives you like a genuine smile and goes, "Oh, I'm glad we were able to find you. I see you y'all made haste from the Ritter camp up here."
Oh, we just followed the tracks.
All right. Well, Waypoint sent us to give you some assistance up here. We got people here well versed in this area as well as mountain terrain. Well, the whole town shook up over what happened to those two women, so we are more than happy to assist you in. Well, the mayor made it clear that we were to work with you. So, unless you'd like to take your leave, we are partners.
Okay. Should try and be quieter.
That's fair. Well, we tried the quiet approach, but well, your head's on a swivel, sir.
Did you happen to see the tracks coming up here?
That we did. That's how we managed to find you. It was a mixture of, I assume, what you were following and your own.
Mm. And you didn't notice anything about them familiar? I'm having trouble placing them myself.
Well, it seems strange to be sure. We figure it might be a skunk ape or even a latiche that come over the mountainside or something like that. We're not 100% sure ourselves.
I do not trust if that is true.
Both Dex and Porter can roll. Dex, you have playing the players, so you can roll manipulate. Porter,
Other way around.
Oh, sorry, Porter, you have.
He's so used to you being the talker.
Porter, you can roll manipulate. Dex, you can roll discipline.
Right.
You know what? What is grit for? I will spend 3 grit to bamboozle him.
I will spend collective 4 grit to bamboozle each of you twice. So both of you can take 2 grit.
Friggin' bamboozle party out here.
That's truly a pissing contest.
I just don't ever want to be in a situation where I do something cool and the people want to give me grit and I have to tell them, no, I'm sorry, I cannot.
So I think Dex, that leaves you at 9. All right.
Yeah, I have 9 grit now.
And Porter, you have 6.
6, that's right. Really want that kind of thing, don't you?
How much grit did you spend, Dex?
3.
You are both up against a 10.
Okay. I will spend 2 grit to play to the gallery so I can count. Yeah, no, this is the way to do it. I spend 2 grit to play to the gallery to count this 13. So I have 2 net hits over 10. I have an 11 and a 13.
Okay.
I've got none.
Okay. Dex, you think that Captain Schaefer knows more about the creature that you are tracking than he is letting on. This talk about a latiche or a skunk ape makes no sense whatsoever. But the fact that he is already admitting to the fact that he knows it is bipedal, and coming up with like excuses, it almost feels like as if he's like prepared to give you like, oh yeah, no, I mean, like judging by the tracks, it could be one of these 2 creatures on Manifest. But it doesn't make any sense, and you think he knows that. The other thing you get is, as he's saying this, you start to like take stock of your opposition in this situation. And Captain Schaefer seems to be in command currently of 2 squads of soldiers. That's 24 militia soldiers, who are on this path behind him. And you see a woman you recognize. You remember Schaefer referring to her as Donovan. She was one of the people who he said who he sent to take those rowdy soldiers back to camp. You also recognize the face of Private Ralston in the back. And you recognize the face of 2 of the culprits of the almost fight at the Free State Bed and Brew. 2 men kind of squared up, shoulder to shoulder, who seem to also recognize you. The one that was like doing most of the talking is there sizing you up. And then in the front of all of them, a very kind and understanding seeming Captain Schaefer, who's like, but I mean, it's dark. We we figure strength in numbers, right? We can set up camp for the rest of the night. You guys can take a nice long rest. The rest of us, we got folk who can run the watch, and well, we'd love to compare notes. You got to the trail before
Sure.
the rest of us.
How do you figure Skunk Ape or Latish?
Well, it don't make much sense, but Castilla over there gestures towards another soldier. Well, they're a hell of a tracker, and they said seemed like it was a creature walking on two legs. Ain't too many of them around that could have done that amount of damage. So we're thinking, I've seen stranger things in the mountains. Sometimes a thing finds a path through the mountains, doesn't know a way back, and then it freaks out. It gets desperate because it's out of its biome. I think it might be something like that, but no way to know one way or another till we find it.
A good point. Creatures out of their element do often get dangerous.
Right. So, so let's go ahead and set up camp then. And I imagine between all of us, we can find this thing and make sure it doesn't hurt no one again.
Okay.
Okay. Happy to have the backup.
Right.
Absolutely. All right. Daedalus Company, set up a perimeter. Castilla, take your people to the north. Breckenridge, you hold the path we came from. Rest of us set up camp and get a watch set. These four drifters, they're with me. You understand? Gives you guys a wink. And goes, so you have any questions for them, you come to me first, all right? You don't need to bother them. As far as we're concerned, they're ahead of us on this.
I give him a nod and I head back to our camp.
Yeah, so I'm gonna, as Dex walks up to us, I'm gonna go up to him and go real too close to his face, and take hold my hands out to him like this, sort of palms down, so as an indication he should take them. And I'll lean in and I'll go, I'm illuminated. Let me in.
I know. Okay.
What? and then I'm gonna go over to Gus and go, Gus, can I have the biggest hug?
You don't have to touch.
The biggest hug. I know.
Okay.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and I'm gonna let him monster hug me, and while I'm doing that, and while he's basically, so there's no I can hide the light that comes from me when I cast telepathy. So the army doesn't know that I do that.
Sure.
Because I don't want them to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool.
So Dex, Gus, and Porter unwittingly.
No.
Porter, you are kind of eyeing the soldiers and taking stock of your camp, and you're gregarious enough. You're not being weird about it. You're making some small talk with some of the other enlisted, being oh yeah, no, over there's fine. Hey, we have some fresh coffee if you need it. You're trying to be a people please, basically being a peacemaker, if even for show. But you think it's this weird thing, this feeling Eloise is standing behind you. Just this, it's not an unnerving feeling, right? It's just kind of if as if you were in a room and you were expecting Eloise and you thought you maybe heard something or or saw something or something like that. Like just kind of instinctual thing that Eloise is standing behind.
Okay, so I got 2 hits. But I'm gonna twist the knife twice.
Mm-hmm.
So I have 4 successes.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Twist knife twice.
I have
Strong
8
play.
grit. And now Cat's really out of the bag, and I feel fine about this. This is certainly not the most stressful thing that has happened to me in a while.
Porter, you turn, there's no Eloise, but then you feel like this presence as if like Eloise is kind of giving you a hug. And that like that like feeling kind of works its way up into your mind. And you realize that Eloise is trying to connect with you in some way. Do you resist?
No.
Okay, cool. So
she told me she's illuminated. I'm not prepared for this, but
so Dex and Gus, I assume you're not resisting because you've been kind of.
Yeah, no, I did want to add that, like, this is sort of our whole thing up on the peak. So on the way, like, into Dex's mind, he thinks like his technique for defense against illuminated powers is like this very strong mental image of the fortress on the side of the mountain, the Silent Peak. And so as your presence like approaches, the doors open inward.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So Eloise, you reach out with your mind. You see Porter in the ether, just kind of floating and like smiling and like letting you in. You see Gus like literally just setting you down after the hug and smiling at you, and you feel that connection through his touch on your shoulders. And then you get a flash of this structure built into the like side of a mountain peak, covered in snow whirling around. And as you approach with your like in your mind, you see the doors swing open, and several other doors within the chamber ahead of you slam shut. And within, kind of like zooming forward towards you, is Dex, non-menacingly, inviting you in. But definitely you can tell that there are guards up around his psyche.
This is new for me for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, and you successfully use the telepathy power with 4 successes, which means this mental link will last for half a week.
wow.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a really good bang for your buck on focus expenditure. Sorry,
Yeah.
shine.
Yeah, no, it is. But I am running extremely low on shine now, which is fine. But yeah. So I just go in like through the link. I just am like so sorry. You don't have to share anything you don't want to share, and I'm sorry that I'm in your heads and I didn't really ask, but like I don't really want to share anything with them because they make me feel unsafe. So I just thought maybe we could like have this link, and then I'll keep it up for as long as I can, and then like maybe if it's worth it, I'll do it again. But you can share what you want and not share what you don't want, and like and yeah. So this is sort
Very
of the thing
smart
that
and-
I do.
Very smart and very cool.
This was smart. I don't think they're here to help us.
Oh.
No, I didn't
Yeah.
get that sense, but I mean it makes sense.
Schaefer knows more than he's saying.
Hmm.
He was ready to explain how they already knew it was bipedal, and he wanted me to know exactly how many men he brought with him.
I hesitate to say this, but should we just leave? I mean, they outnumber us. Outnumber us a bunch. I don't know if I can fight all these guys. I can fight a few of them sort of in small groups, but if they, I don't know, if we find something they don't want us to find up here, we're at their mercy.
Can we cover our tracks well enough that they won't just find us again, though?
I mean, they told us we could just leave, and then we don't see what they don't want us to see, and then we get to get the Ritters their homestead.
Knowing what I know of militia people, I think that the offer of us leaving was kind of a courtesy. I think he meant, probably, I'm just guessing here, that we could leave to go back to Waypoint, or we could stay with them. But I don't think they'll willingly separate from us.
Oh yeah, we go back.
The circle back
Go
around. I suppose that's possible.
Oh,
What do you think, Dex?
we just
Oh, we just leave and leave it to them.
it's something we don't want to see. They don't want us to see. I don't know. I'm just worried about the Ritters.
No,
Right.
I'm with you. I worry because a lot of times people who are sort of like in a position of like privilege or power have sort of machinations going on, and so like there's and I feel like if they feel like we know too much, if we leave and somehow make it back to Waypoint, which they might be able to catch up with us, but they might not, that there might be some sort of like repercussions in Waypoint, and then we're dragging the trauma and drama over to them. And so like it's hard to tell what's the right thing to do. Like it could be that the Ritters homestead is the thing that they want, right? And then we leave with it, and then so it depends on what they're looking for, I guess.
Here's my
Just gotta-
take.
Okay.
I think they made something or they lost something that they can't control and they want it back. And if it turns out we see something they don't want us to see and they murder us, they've got every reason to bring back the deed so the militia can look like big goddamn heroes.
I'd like to not be murdered, though, preferably if we're taking votes.
I also would like to not be murdered. And most people are amenable to walking their separate ways rather than get into a gunfight with a gunslinger.
So we're leaving.
I won't ask you to stay. It's dangerous, and it's a lot more dangerous than the last thing I asked you to do, but I'm not leaving.
All right. Well, if the deed was going to get back to him either way, I guess, yeah, we stay. Or I stay. I'll stay.
Just to be clear, this entire conversation is happening telepathically.
Telepathically.
Right.
We're not idiots.
I need everyone to roll a blend test for me.
Sure.
Great. Sure.
Oh no, I am an idiot.
If it makes a difference, Dex would have gone to his tent and pretended to go to sleep.
Dex, you don't need to roll. If you skip supper for the night, which you've been trained on.
I grab a little thing and eat it and go to bed. So Dex doesn't have the actual mechanical skill to really blend in and make people believe things that aren't true about him, but he is trying to play the part for the militia of the militia's here, it's all great, and so he went to bed. I don't have to keep watch tonight, the militia's here.
Yeah. Okay, so Eloise, Gus, and Porter, all of you roll blend. I am going to bamboozle each of you 2 times, so each of you gets 2 additional grit.
So Bess, I think similarly has been burned on this exact thing before in much lower stakes, and it's a fool who doesn't learn from his own mistakes. Even Gus knows that. So I think when he sees Dex go into his tent, says, "Oh, that's a good call." Because I like literally the last time I tried to have a telepathic conversation, it was extremely obvious.
Sure. I need you to roll an endure test instead of a blend test, because while I can reasonably believe that Dex can take a quick bite and be fine for the evening, you are a very large man who needs much food to sustain. So unlike a starving urchin on the silent peak, on the side of the silent peak, being left out in the cold.
My 9th birthday.
Yeah.
Did you say an endure test?
An endure test.
Go ahead and take 2 of my grit as I play to the gallery. Count both these 11s.
This person that I'm rolling against, is this the first time I would have met them?
No.
Okay, and then they're using observe for this, right? So I can't use playing the player.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Also, you're actively blending, so they're resisting you.
Got 3 hits, by the way, on endure.
Okay. Gus, you go to bed. You're a little hungry, but you're fine. You will wake up uncomfortable, but like you're not gonna like suffer any direct to hit point damage or any ill effect from foregoing an actual meal this evening. You're able to you just get like a handful of stuff and like rush into your tent.
Yeah.
And like you eat it and you're like, that wasn't enough, but I'm not going back out there. Eloise, Porter, you're up against a 13.
There's just no way.
Okay.
I mean, I had no hits to begin with, so it's very obvious. I'm like probably like sitting and nodding along as though I'm like listening to music, but then occasionally it looks like I'm like mouthing words.
Sure. Eloise?
Can you go at strong through a bamboozle?
No. Bamboozle cannot be undone by Go It Strong.
Okay.
While you're thinking, I did, for fun, roll my blend at a -2 just to like see what would have happened. And like I can't actually beat whatever number you were gonna roll. But I did roll a 1 and a 2, and then the explosion turned into a 1. So like I'm taking that as my I just went to bed and they all believe me.
I'm trying to decide. I think that I will play to the gallery to count this 12.
Okay.
And so I get to roll another die. Not that it really matters because I can't reach a 13, having been bamboozled twice. But that's a 13. So I have a 12.
Okay, cool. So Eloise?
Yes.
Because they only got 1 success over you. Porter is just, you can tell Porter is struggling. He's making eye contact with you when he should be like just sitting there eating his beans. You see him mouthing words sometimes. He looks towards Dex's tent and looks towards Gus's tent. And like, you're not doing a great job either because you're reacting to what Porter is doing.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, there's a point where you're like thinking at him like, Porter, like, stop. They can see you mouthing words. You don't need to mouth them. Just think them. Like you're trying to like give him some coaching. And you realize in that moment that you are looking at him and he is reacting to you. And very clearly it's like the two of you are having a conversation, but neither of you are moving your lips. And you do that and you look over to the side because you're talking about them. And you do see Captain Schaefer watching the two of you. And then he casually goes back to eating his like flatbread, and then says a couple things to some of the people in the camp, and they like stand up and go off into the shadows. Takes another bite of his flatbread, sits there for a second, and then glances at you again, and you look away. And you only got one success, so you don't know exactly what's going on. You don't know what his intention is, but you have been in this position before. You know, you at least, without any read whatsoever on his intention or what he's doing or what he actually knows in the large scale, the one thing you know is that you were doing illuminated stuff and you caught his attention. And that is a feeling that you've experienced before. And that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
I can't wait to panic for a week.
Why can't we ever end the session on a really nice moment?
For real, right?
And then Rico, Detective Rico smashes his reflection and it disappears.
But then it comes back and
I
it's
just
like,
want
don't worry, Rico, you're not a vampire. It's all cool. I know where your wife is. Follow me. And it gets out of the water and it hands him a cold beer and they go find his wife.
right.
The end.
All right, we went pretty late tonight. So I'm going to jump right into the Discord questions we have. We're going to try and write. Oh no, I've done a terrible thing.
Oh no.
Nah.
I can't. I pulled them up on my computer, which is a mistake because it does make it so all of us disappear, and then fractions of the Discord appear.
I have them pulled up. If you want me to just read them.
Yeah. Go. I'll pull up. Start with the first one.
Sure. Argilam has a truly incredible question here.
Yes. Oh my god.
Let's build a themed restaurant off of previous characters. What would be the themed meals of your previous characters?
Such a good question.
All right, what you guys got?
So I figured out a couple. First, Roy Hampton is an extremely expensive, very small piece of very fine chocolate. Because it's so pretty and it's so nice and it's gone in a flash and you wish you had more.
Wow.
Roland, I think, is a really, really, really high-end, extremely good bacon cheeseburger. Because it looks extremely good, it tastes so good, you're really enjoying it while you're having it, and then when you're done, you're like, that was too much food. I shouldn't have eaten this. I should really take better care of myself. And then Fly is incredibly easy. Fly is a donut.
Wow.
Why is a donut?
Fly being Sheriff Fly, which is now an NPC, but Dan did play in an earlier campaign. The donut thing, I won't go super deep into it, but the donut thing being that one of the best sessions of an RPG ever that I ran. I started with this description. I don't even remember what prompted it, but I started.
You were asking what people were doing to like start their day off in Waypoint.
And I started with this description of Dex. He wanted to. Oh yeah, that's right. I asked everyone what they wanted to do in Waypoint because I was introducing Waypoint to all the playtesters, and Dan wanted to go to the bakery, and the bakery was integral to the plot point at that point during the playtests. So I made this whole big deal about how he woke up, he was having a shitty morning, he like hit his head when he sat up in the morning, and like everything was terrible and he couldn't get the like hatch shut in his on his wagon and all these terrible things. And then he was like, I just want a donut. And the donut shop was closed, but he knew where he could find the donut, Earl Hayes, the proprietor of the Early Rise Bakery. So he started heading that way, and then all he wanted was a fucking donut, and he found Earl Hayes outside the sheriff's office, and then the sheriff's office blew up because that was the plot point, was that the sheriff's office blew up and Earl Hayes, the baker, got hurt from it. That was like in my notes. And so he got knocked down. Earl Hayes got hurt. Donuts scattered everywhere. And the only donut that was even edible was standing there. And as the rest of the players showed up, one of them stepped directly on the donut. And so Fly, at that point, not the sheriff, immediately started the session by like being robbed of the donut that he so desperately wanted. And they went through a whole session with a bunch of stuff, all sorts of intrigue and cool things. And at the very end, I think one of the characters was leaving Waypoint for good, and got on the train, and they were serving donuts on the train. And so she grabbed a donut and threw it out the window dramatically to Fly, who caught it. And that was the freeze frame ending of the session.
Amazing.
So Fly has a lot of history with wanting donuts, so it makes sense that he wants a donut.
Also, now a police officer. So
Yeah, now a sheriff. Now the sheriff of Waypoint.
That was the first session where they briefly elected me acting sheriff.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, because the sheriff was unconscious.
Yeah.
He was in
poor
on it.
Sweets. Yeah. Poor Sweets.
Mine are quick. Badlands Pete is like an eating challenge. It's a gigantic burger on top of like a mountain of fries.
Yeah, definitely.
No one has ever been able to eat all of it. La Verdad is a very spicy like Tex-Mex combination platter. And then
La
Jurgen,
Verdad
the
is
monk.
a character that Roman played who is basically a luchador. Continue.
That's right. Then there's Jurgen the mongoose sauerkrautler. Based on the character
we're
I
not.
played.
Move past Jurgen. You played him for one session.
Played it for one session, and I shot some lackey out of the timeline. I needed some German food on the menu.
What about Gus though?
Oh, Gus is straight up like chicken fried steak, gravy.
Oh yeah, I thought he would be like
100%,
shrimp
that's
and
country.
grits or something.
Shrimp and
Or like
grits. Yeah.
Sure.
yeah,
I think it'd be
something-
chicken and
some, like,
grits because he's not from the way, so it's not shrimp.
Sure.
Yeah. And also,
yeah.
I don't like grits, so grits are not going in Gus.
Hey, Gus
But
can
some,
like
ho-
grits.
so- like chicken and dumplings or something very like homey and warm and like delicious.
Side of iced tea.
Yeah.
Sweet tea.
Did we have one for Dex? Was there a meal for Dex?
Well, they asked about previous characters.
Yeah, but like
Currently playing Dex.
but like most of the people who watch this don't know half of the characters we've said so far. So
That's a good point.
You don't know Jurgen?
I think Dex's themed meal is like, it's very tasty, but it is too spicy to eat. Like, basically, it is for you, Tommy. It is only for you.
yes. Oh, I want to eat it. Mm.
They make you sign a waiver before you order
Yes.
it. 'Cause it will be bad for your tongue and your stomach. But
That's
if
exactly
you can
the
survive,
kind of spicy I like. The one where they're scared for you.
Yeah, sure.
Addie, Seth.
I think going through the non-familiar characters just very quickly. Fisher meal, real simple, like grilled salmon and rice.
Fisher
what's his
Emil,
name?
the Icthitarian preacher who resides in Waypoint, who was the first character of that faith and developed the entire mythos of that faith. That now Porter is like a casual practitioner of.
Pops, man. Pops, I feel like has to be like a one of those plates of fries that has like gravy and an egg on top of it, like hearty and fulfilling and delicious, but also like kind of bad for you too.
Oh man, I thought Pops was gonna have like some really good like delicious meal, but then like the low fat version because he's all about self punishment.
Oh wow, yeah, wow, that's really good. Absolutely. Okay, so like the same thing, right? But it's vegan.
Sure.
I think that, oh man, okay, so definitely Kinsey is like a plate of ribs with some onion rings. I feel like
Kinsey would be like a whole rope array on a spear, and he brought the whole thing into camp.
Yeah,
I was thinking of something realistically that we could put in a restaurant, but yeah. Oh, actually,
no,
if anything,
like
maybe
it's like the Brazilian.
Yes, they bring the whole rope right around, and they just cut until you say
absolutely.
Stop.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely like a lot of meat in Kinsey's.
I think the chat
and then the
is
tree juice.
The chat is suggesting that Pops would be a classic breakfast, something like an eggs Benedict or something, because he's like an old classic fella.
Yeah, because he's old. Yeah, eggs Benedict that's another good one. Eggs Benedict for sure.
Egg white Benedict.
And then I think that Porter is
not spicy.
No, definitely not. He's the opposite. He's probably actually. I think Porter is a dessert. I think that Porter is like a nice cold icy dessert. Oh, and because I know I only played him for one session, but I'm not gonna let it go. Beak is one of those stupid fucking Bloody Marys that has like
he's a warhead. He's a warhead candy. Get over it.
Oh my god, Beak is a warhead.
Very good.
It doesn't even taste good. You don't know why you eat it, but you do.
What about you, Addie?
Okay, so Juliet is either like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Juliet, the character from the Juliet novella that will be released to Kickstarter backers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that one. The original gunslinger, not in the lore, but in like the first gunslinger that was played.
First one anyone ever played.
Yeah. Juliet Hunt is either like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with like some Doritos and a glass of milk, or like an MRE.
I
love
her as an MRE, just like straight up.
I feel like young Juliet is the MRE and old Juliet is the peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah, for sure. Pax is a really good like Waldorf salad. But like with vegan cheese because she doesn't eat because she's a vegan. And so she like it's like got a little bit of the crunch and some like nuts and like little apple, and so it's a little sweet, but you got to work to get like the good, like you got to get in there to get like the goodness out of it. A Waldorf salad, if you eat one kind of thing at a time, sucks and is very off-putting, and it looks like a hot mess, but when you get into it, it's great. Yeah. And then Eloise, I think, is either the chef's menu because she wouldn't be able to decide.
I was going to say sampler platter.
A tapas like just like menu, just like whatever you feel at the moment, something tiny, you eat it and move on to the next thing. Yeah, I think that like, unfortunately, I don't think Eloise is one dish. She's like a refrigerator that you left your phone in.
There's food there, I guess, but
yeah, there's food. But she has like an apple.
Ordered the Eloise. Let us bring the whole refrigerator and cell phone to your table.
Eloise is an apple in your pocket and a cell phone in the refrigerator. Like that's her whole experience. It would be delicious if you remembered to eat. Yeah, or a Grubhub menu at 1 a.m. Yeah,
Love
I
that.
don't know. So
The only thought I had as far as like as far as like the NPCs I had played, the only one I had thought of was Rufus Nash being a dessert. That was one of those desserts that like has like a dome like shape, and then you take like a hot chocolate or some other like hot substance and you pour it on, and then it like breaks and melts the outside to reveal like an internal like like turquoise mint like ice cream or something that's like drizzled in hot chocolate now.
Yeah.
Counterpoint. Rufus Nash is a turducken.
Wow.
No.
Oh, wow.
Because here's the thing. Despite cramming everything he can into there, his best plan is still, I guess I could blow everything up and come back and sift through the wreckage.
yeah, or
Which
a
is
molten
exactly
lava
what a
cake.
turducken is.
Yeah. No, Leo Riggs, I think, is another one that's awesome because he is a piece of like silken tofu that is on one of those like tiny itty bitty grills with a little cloche over top where they smoked it. And so like they say like, it's the best thing you've ever had. It takes on all the flavors of the smoke. You can really, they packed it in like this oil. And so it's amazing. And then you take it out, the smoke goes away and there's nothing left.
That's great.
Yeah.
All right. So moving on because we did go very late.
Yeah.
Argitlam also says for a character build, how would we build Mario and Luigi?
Love this question.
They got
Is it
super
playing-
jump for sure.
Illuminated,
Yeah,
they got super
I've been
jump.
playing some.
And Luigi has to have a grav stability harness so that he can do like the jump.
See,
I
I've
like
been playing a bunch of Luigi's Mansion lately, and I think Luigi is a tinkerer.
that. Ooh, yeah,
Ooh,
yeah.
solid.
Has to make that vacuum.
Does that mean Mario
He
is a
doesn't make the
doctor?
vacuum though.
No, Mario is not a doctor. Mario is a high personality charlatan.
Neither of them know how to fix plumbing if you need to make the
No.
pipes work. They know how to fix plumbing if you got Goombas in there.
Mario is like the Roy Hampton of plumbers. Like through rescuing this very high up woman, he moved way above his station and now has married a princess and like has all this wealth.
Wow.
And, like doesn't have to do his job anymore.
I think Mario's a bad guy. So
Is Yoshi a roperite or
Yoshi is a roperite, hands down.
Yoshi is the
100%.
rare green roperite.
I love that. Okay. I don't think we have any other questions in the chat. We've gone incredibly late, but we still have plenty of people. We love all of you. I'm going to burn just a little bit more time to give the chat a chance to have a say in who we raid tonight. We've been raiding
Oh yeah.
other RPG late night RPG channels. We're gonna throw a raid their way. I'm gonna narrow it down. You guys don't have to look up anything. It's hilarious. A lot of people who are streaming right now are Portuguese. A lot of them are Portuguese streams.
Great.
And only a few of them are English speaking streams like us. So I'm going to narrow it down to, do you guys want to return? Because a couple weeks ago, we jumped into Call of Cthulhu stream. And they're playing again tonight. Seems like that's like their jam. And then the other one, if not that, then the other one is a Vampire the Masquerade. So throw your answer in the chat. Do you want to go jump into Vampire the Masquerade, or that I know nothing about? Or do you want to jump into the Call of Cthulhu? Vampire the Masquerade, Call of Cthulhu. Throw your answer in the chat. Meanwhile,
Right.
let's rapid fire our way through experience triggers.
Yeah.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go
I
first.
can.
We didn't
Yeah, go
do
for
any
it.
of mine, I don't think.
Okay.
Oh, no.
No one was
Oh,
shot.
no, sorry, we got one. A matter was settled with a gun. We did that one. It wasn't me, but somebody shot a guy to
Oh
death.
yeah. Absolutely.
that did-
Yep, that happened.
Mhm.
I was.
I don't think I called out corruption or evil as soon as I saw it.
You were
I don't think it
specific.
ever-
Your critical, your grave misfire was you weren't allowed to.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Was that guy evil who got killed? Can someone evil is shot dead is my next one.
No.
Okay. And then I don't think justice was delivered by the swiftest means possible at any point tonight.
Nope.
Cool.
Mm.
Sorry, y'all. We got to get into a fight if you want me to contribute here.
And I only had one. I was thoroughly observed performing several amazing feats of athleticism.
Yeah, with Sorsha.
Yep. Yep. Thoroughly observed.
Mhm. It's
If you
very
know what I
observed.
mean.
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I
Um,
insist.
so I'm unsure if an item I crafted proved necessary. I don't think so.
Did you craft anything? You
Yeah.
crafted stuff for the
The-
car, but no.
I crafted
the
stuff for the
It-
car,
it did
but
not prove necessary.
it didn't
as
come.
of yet.
Well, I mean, safety features are always
Sure.
necessary.
Nope. Keep going.
Oh, okay. A piece of gear is modified or repaired. I definitely did that.
Yep.
The car was repaired.
Yep.
A long-term project is completed. Nothing took longer than like 45 minutes. And an item is successfully crafted under pressure. Is it under pressure if I'm doing it with massive anxiety because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings? It's not time pressure. It's just pressure.
Mm. Oh, come on.
You didn't have
Okay.
to. They invited. They gave you a job.
After.
They offered you a position.
Okay, so that is one from me.
That's all right, you guys. I guess I'll pick up the slack because I hit all four of mine. I
Nice.
restocked my inventory
Yep.
because I bought and traded shit. I accepted trade for products instead of money.
Yep.
I drew a crowd to inspect my wares because you specifically said that I did go to the square
Yeah.
to drive people away with my low prices. And a deal is made that is tilted in your favor. I elevated my med kit to the highest level possible and still got some first aid.
You got a good deal because of your very good connections. So that's a grit for you and lots of XP for you.
All right.
That's 9,
All
right? Or are we at
That's
7.
7?
it's 7.
7, but it's okay because all we needed was 3 to level up.
We haven't done Gus's yet. Or no, we did. Yeah.
No, we
we did.
did.
All right,
We
7.
did,
We're done.
everybody.
Cool. 7 XP. Y'all level up.
Yay.
I can't not follow the chat on this, which is hilarious because I actually do think. Oh no, there's not a channel point thing. Okay, so here's the thing. I was gonna jump us into an RPG stream, but Carnaxis pointed out that Jeffy Liu, who is from the hit internet show The Guild, he played who's the leader of the guild? Who's the bald
Fork.
Vork?
Fork.
Yeah.
Fork from the guild.
Yeah, he is streaming right now. And I was like, what the hell? What's he streaming? He is streaming himself playing Star Wars themed virtual pinball.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
And I like we have to, right? Like
That's great. I
just,
love that.
Just based on the
Solid.
fact that I had no idea that this existed, Carnaxis, hell yeah. Let's do this. Let's fucking go. Oh my
You
god.
can catch us here every Tuesday at 8 p.m. Central. Don't throw people away from our channel before we sign off.
Yeah, I'm not done. I was getting it ready. Okay, yeah. So we are going to be back on next week, Tuesday the 23rd at 8 p.m. Central. We'll be continuing the story of these drifters. Just to make sure I have this right before we end for the night. Dex, you have 7 grit.
Yes.
Eloise,
I will be up to 8
you got.
because we leveled up.
Oh, sure. Everyone gets into leveling up. So that means Eloise, you are 9.
Yes.
And Porter, you are 10 because you level up, so you get one more.
Oh, I thought that would make me. I thought that would put me at 8. I think I spent some.
I had you at 7.
I mean, I'll
and
take the 10.
I had you at 7 and put you up to 8, and this would be 10. Sorry, I had you at 8, put you up to 9, and this would be 10.
Because
Okay,
you
because I
taken
had myself at
triggers.
6. But if I'll trust you. That sounds great.
Okay, so you're at 10, Porter, and then Gus, I had you at 8, so you're at 9.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, and then I'll go back to 8. All right, fantastic. Thank you all for
If
watching.
I could quickly,
What's up?
can I quickly plug my podcast? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we have a very special episode coming out. It's called All Sequels Go to Heaven. It's my brother and me, and we talk about movie sequels. And tomorrow we're talking about Scooby-Doo and WWE Curse of the Speed Demon. And it's a wet and wild adventure of an episode in which we do not talk about the movie once. So please check it out. It's a lot of fun.
Awesome.
Fantastic. All right. So now with that, let's all make our way over to Jeffy Lou's stream where he is playing a Star Wars themed pinball machine. And I love it. He's wearing a big old fur coat. This is the best
Amazing.
thing I've seen on Twitch ever. We love you all so much. Thank you all for watching. Have a good evening. You're the best. Bye.